The Senate will come to order. The chaplain will lead the Senate in prayer. This morning we will be led in prayer by the wonderful senator from the state of Oklahoma, James Lankford.
Wonderful Counselor, mighty God, everlasting Father, Prince of Peace, the one who holds the government on your shoulders. We are grateful for all the joy of this Christmas season. When we were arrogant, powerless, and without hope, you came. The first Christmas, you set the example of humility. You are the suffering servant who loved us, forgave us when we could bring you nothing. We could never say thank you enough. I pray your blessing on the senators who are retiring from the Senate this week. In the days ahead, help them to hear your voice and to know your affection. I pray for my friend, Chaplain Barry Black, and his family as they care for him. Give him rest, healing, fresh insight into your word, and vision for the days ahead. Father, you told us that when we lack wisdom, we should ask you. We're asking now. As we start this day, we do not know how it will end, but we are fixing our eyes on you, and we're asking for your help. If you could guide wise men from the east with a star, you can certainly guide us with your wisdom and with your presence. Today, would you give us the clarity of mind to hear your thoughts, the humility to listen to each other, and the boldness to do the right thing the right way? Forgive us, as only you can, and heal our land as we turn to you. I pray this in the powerful and present name of Jesus. Amen.
Now please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., December 20, 2024. To the Senate. Under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Alex Padilla, a senator from the state of California, to perform the duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Benjamin J. Cheeks of California, to be United States District Judge for the Southern District.
Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, if Republicans do not work with Democrats in a bipartisan way very soon, the government will shut down at midnight. It's time to go back to the original agreement we had just a few days ago. It's time the House votes on our bipartisan CR. It's the quickest, simplest, and easiest way we can make sure the government stays open while delivering critical emergency aid to the American people. If the House put our original agreement on the floor today, it would pass, and we could put the threat of a shutdown behind us. Our agreement would keep the government open, provide emergency aid for communities battered by hurricanes and other natural disasters, support our seniors, support our doctors, nurses, rural hospitals, and protect our farmers from the dairy cliff. As I said, the only way to get anything done is through bipartisanship. Now on Senate business, as the Senate continues working on government funding, the Senate has other matters to attend to on the floor. Today, the Senate is scheduled to vote on 2 more district judges. Ben Cheeks to be district judge for the Southern District of California, and Serena Murillo to be the district judge for the Central District of California. For the information of my colleagues, our first vote will be at 11 o'clock to advance the Cheeks nomination. If cloture is invoked, the Senate will then vote to confirm Judge Cheeks sometime this afternoon, and after that we will proceed with a roll call vote to advance the Murillo nomination. It's my hope that we can finish voting on these 2 judicial nominees by the end of the day. Finally, the Senate will keep working on the Social Security Fairness Act. We should pass the bill sent by us to the House. We should pass the bill sent to us by the House as soon as we can. It's very important for our retired teachers and firefighters and postal workers and police officers and so many other public servants who deserve their full Social Security benefits. I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Iowa.
Ask that the call of the quorum be suspended.
Without objection.
I'm here to visit with my colleagues about the Social Security bill that's before the Senate. But before I do that, I'd like to give my point of view from past shutdowns of the federal government, why the shutdown of the government is a bad idea. Usually people approach shutting the government down because they got some big scheme they want to accomplish, and they'll accomplish it during the negotiations to opening up the government or accomplishing from the threat of shutting down the government. What I have found in past instances when that's been tried, you shut the government down, you open the government up, and that member or members have not accomplished the goal that they want to accomplish. It costs money to shut the government down. It costs money during this week to get ready to shut the government down. Then after a period of time of a day or at the most 35 days, about 6, 7 years ago, government opens up, and it costs money to open the government up. The government's supposed to be a service for the American people, and you can't serve the American people when the government isn't operating. That something can be accomplished today or tomorrow so the government stays open. Come 2033, seniors will automatically see their retirement benefits cut 25% absent congressional action. Congress should be working towards a consensus on legislation to ensure that this never happens. Instead, we're on the cusp of enacting significant changes to Social Security that will result in larger cuts that would normally happen 2033, but now happen sooner. If the bill before us is enacted, a typical senior would see their benefits cut by an additional $4,000 and 6 months earlier than that date that's predicted now to be the year 2033. That's quite a security, some of who have no other income, like from pensions, for example. While the vast majority of seniors stand to receive a lump of coal for Christmas, a select few state and local government employees will be gifted a boost in their benefits. In Iowa, only 1% of retirees would benefit, while everyone else would get less. That doesn't sound. This includes the police officers and firefighters to whom we owe our gratitude. Congress should work to address the. Let's be crystal clear. This bill would increase unfairness to how Social Security benefits are calculated. The Social Security windfall elimination provision, WEP as it's called around here, which this bill repeals, addresses a real concern that exists in how the Social Security benefit formula works, or more, how it fails to work when the government employee spends most of their career in non-Social Security covered positions. The Social Security benefit formula is designed to be progressive. That is, it provides a low-income worker, middle-class income individual. As a result, absent the windfall elimination provision, senior-level employees who spend most of their career not contributing to Social Security while also earning a high salary and a government pension would receive a generous Social Security benefit working as few as 10 years covered by Social Security. Years as if this was their only income during their working life and therefore provides an unfair bonus. That's simply not fair to the average earning similar or lower pay than the government workers, but receives less Social Security benefit per dollar paid in. Now, you don't have to take this senator's word for it. AARP, the premier voice for senior citizens, says as much in its website, noting that repealing the WEP without replacing it would allow individuals to inaccurately receive a higher Social Security benefit than if they had worked their whole careers in jobs covered by Social Security. This unfairness doesn't only exist between government workers and private sector workers. Most states have opted into Social Security for the vast by Social Security see no benefit under this bill. In Iowa, only 8% of government workers are not covered by Social Security. For some states, it's fewer than 5%, but there happens to be a handful of states where 50% or more of their workers are exempt from Social Security and thus don't pay into Social Security taxes. For instance, the state of Massachusetts, it's over 97% of their government employees. Can you imagine that? Liberal Massachusetts thinks their government employees are too good for Social Security. It's these states that will be the big winner under this bill. Effectively, states like Iowa, where the vast majority of government employees are covered by Social Security, are being asked to subsidize the retirement of government workers in Massachusetts, California, Colorado, states that largely choose to opt out of Social Security. I have put forward a common sense and fiscally responsible amendment. It would address the inequity that can arise due to how current law addresses non-covered Social Security employment without the unfairness that will arise under the bill before us. Vision and the government pension offset while also making Social Security fair for everyone. Under my amendment, if state Social Security, these rules are repealed for current and future retirees of that state's government pension system. Only current workers under 52 or with at least 10 years until retirement would need to join Social Security. This helps ensure such workers will work long enough to earn Social Security benefits. They would also be able to get the benefit of the more generous Social Security formula. The underlying bill would raid from the Social Security Trust Fund $200 billion. In contrast, my amendment would increase Social Security solvency by $100 billion if all states took advantage of my proposal. So that's a win-win for everyone. Now, I know that this bill will probably be debated under no opportunity to offer their income the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Oregon.
are we under a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
Ask the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we are all here getting ready to leave after we fund the government and return home to our families. We get pretty excited about this time of year, thinking about the holidays to come. We're heading home to our loved ones. We know there will be extended family gatherings. There will be games with the children. There will be exchanges of presents. And there will be food. There will be awesome food. Ham, turkey, all kinds of wonderfully crafted vegetable dishes. And there will be so much that we can drink. Oh, yes, there will be wine varieties. There will be eggnog. Perhaps some of it will be spiked. There will be carbonated apple juice or cranberry juice for the kids. We'll put it into glasses. We'll have toast. We will really celebrate life. We will celebrate life with a roof over our head, with our loved ones close by, and with our cupboards well stocked. But also in these holidays, there will be time for reflection in every religious tradition. And for those of us who are fortunate to have that roof over our head and food in the cupboard and our loved ones close by, we will recognize that for so many, that is not the case. For so many here in the United States, who, by virtue of economic conditions or the ravages of disease or mental afflictions, they will not have a roof over their head. They may not have family members close by. They may not even have a cupboard, let alone one that's well stocked. And we'll ponder our responsibility to try to improve those conditions. And we will ponder the landscape across the broader globe, knowing that in many places people have been so ravaged by natural disasters, so affected by conflict and war. I'm sure we'll see programs and commentary about Sudan, where millions have been displaced by civil war and by drought and by famine. Or in Burma, where so many are suffering escalating violence. Or in Ukraine, where people are brutalized by Putin's invasion, the efforts to defend their country. No matter where you look, there is no shortage of suffering. But the place that weighs heaviest on my heart this season is the Middle East. We have the families of Israel continuing to grieve the loss of 1,200 of their own loved ones on October 7th, 2023. We have families in Israel that continue to not know the fate of their loved ones taken hostage, whether they are alive, whether they are dead, whether they're being cared for, whether they're suffering. Will they be released? There will be an empty chair at the table. The victims in Israel weigh on my heart, but the Palestinian victims also weigh on my heart. Individuals on the West Bank, Palestinians who suffer from decades of occupation, of the economic constraints and indignity that come from checkpoints, that come from land lost to settlements and to outposts, to olive orchards bulldozed down, to lives lost and injuries suffered from increasing violence by settlers against Palestinian villagers. But by far the most devastated communities are the Palestinian communities in Gaza, both because of the extraordinary level of devastation, and it weighs on my heart because of the connection between the United States and Israel. our close connection with our ally, where we share security strategies, where we provide economic and military assistance. We share intelligence on the issues of the world. We are so closely connected that we are connected to the devastation in Gaza. Since October 7th, 2023, more than 45,000 Palestinians in Gaza have died. More than 100,000 have been severely injured. The vast bulk of those injured and those who have died are women and children and seniors, people who have no connection whatsoever to Hamas that conducted the raids on October 7th of 2023. The devastation is massive. This same picture taken in North Gaza could be almost copied for community after community from north to south of Gaza. Of the 2.1 million people, the Palestinians in Gaza, some 1.9 million, almost everyone that is without a home, either because their home has been blasted into smithereens or because they have been forcibly moved to a different location within Gaza. Forced relocation. A year ago, Senator Van Hall and I went to Rafah Gate. We hoped to get inside Gaza to see with our own eyes and talk to people and understand better the devastation. But what we heard a year ago was that all the fundamentals for a normal community were devastated. Shelter, I've already spoken to, the 1.9 million people relocated either because they were forced to flee or because their home no longer exists. That the phone networks were down, the cell networks were down. That the internet networks were down. And even if they were up, people had very little opportunity to recharge their cell phones because there wasn't electricity. So the power was down. The transportation was down because many roads were impassable. Food was in short supply, driving malnutrition. A year ago, clean water was often unavailable. A year ago. A year ago, Senator Van Hall and I could not get into Gaza. Reporters have not been allowed into Gaza except for very carefully monitored short visits monitored by the Netanyahu government. Humanitarian organizations were having a hard time getting in and often had to do a very careful exchange of an exact number for exact number coming out. But as we stood there at that gate, a couple doctors came out. And I spent some time talking to them. And one of them was a burn specialist who described how hard it was to treat many of the massive burns that he had witnessed. The other was a bone doctor. And he said, I can treat the broken bones, but I can't necessarily treat the soft tissue damage that comes from the shock waves that emanate from all the explosions taking down the buildings. The impact, he said, of the blast radius in terms of the shock waves was even greater than the physical damage. And we were able to talk to humanitarian organizations of aid workers who had been in Gaza, and they said, understand this, that we are seasoned workers who have been in the worst places in the world. We have been in Yemen. We have been on the front line of Ukraine. We have been in Sudan. Nothing compares to the devastation in Gaza. That was a year ago. I was particularly affected by hearing about the challenge of mothers. Mothers receive our attention, particularly when they are carrying babies, because all our efforts go to make sure that that child will come safely into the world, healthy into the world, that the mother will be cared for. But what we heard from the humanitarian organizations were that hunger was driving malnutrition. Malnutrition made people more susceptible to disease. And for mothers, it meant increases in miscarriages, increases in stillbirth, increases in very low birth weight babies, increases in the difficulty of mothers breastfeeding their children because they were too malnourished to produce milk, and babies getting sick because when formula was used, if available, the water might be contaminated. Think about the children you've brought into the world, that your wife or your partner has brought into the world, and how horrific it would be to see those circumstances. This time of year is a time of year in my spiritual tradition where we think a lot about the challenges Mary went through. She and Joseph were traveling from Galilee to Bethlehem, and they were traveling there at the time that Mary was very pregnant with Jesus because a census had been ordered by the Roman Emperor Caesar Augustus, and they were required to be there and report to Joseph's ancestral home of Bethlehem. Traveling the roads when pregnant, very hard. And then they weren't able to find a room in Bethlehem. And yet, Mary went into labor and delivered in a barn. Not ideal circumstances. And because this time of year and because we think about that story so much, the mothers in Gaza, their conditions so much worse. It's something we can connect with. And now the children in Gaza, they're entering the second year in this devastation. Some have some format of school, but many do not. Now we here in America know what COVID did to interrupt the education of our children. Some did well with tutors. Many suffered isolation. Many suffered setbacks in what they learned. Many are still carrying that challenge forward as they seek education. So we can also connect to the children of Gaza who have had their education, their life so disrupted. A life disrupted by lack of food and water, instability, lack of safety. 2 weeks ago, an ambassador from the Middle East drew attention to a part of Gaza in worse shape than the rest of Gaza. And he referred to this area, was specifically, it's North Gaza. And where is North Gaza? You have North Gaza, Northern Gaza, and Southern Gaza separated by the Netzarim corridor. It travels from Israel to the Mediterranean Sea. But then within Northern Gaza, you have Gaza City and then communities. Bet Lahia, Bet Hanan, and Jabalah. And in those communities, he said, there's 65,000 people who are starving to death because food cannot get in. 65,000 people starving. Now, we know the food conditions have been horrific in Gaza for a year. But in this case, sustained prevention of food getting in, and people are starving. Well, he asserted this, so I asked a visiting official from another Middle Eastern country about this, and he emphasized, yes. Yes, he said, there are in fact 65,000 people or more starving in northern Gaza, isolated from the rest of the world. Okay, well, that's two officials, but that's a big thing to say. But then this came out. Gaza Humanitarian Access Snapshot number 8. It is co-signed by 30 organizations. Organizations like Save the Children, like CARE, like Mercy Corps, and 27 others. And what do they say in this report? They say 65 to 75,000 people are trapped without food, water, electricity, or reliable health care. That's a direct quote from the report of these 30 humanitarian organizations. It goes on to say humanitarian aid has been almost entirely blocked for 60 days. It goes on to say that only 3 hospitals remain partially operational with restricted access. Very little health care. It says the population faces imminent risks of disease, starvation, and violence without urgent relief. Without urgent relief. I called up Cindy McCain. We know Cindy well here. Cindy McCain is the executive director of the World Food Program. She is the spouse of our former deceased colleague, John McCain. And I said to her, is this right? Are 65,000 people isolated in North Gaza for week after week after week, no deliveries of food or virtually none? And she said, yes. She said, yes, that is the case. And she didn't just say it to me, she also talked about Gaza more broadly. And she said, we can no longer sit by and just allow these people to starve to death. Children, especially, she said, are starving to death. The height of malnutrition, the height of hunger with that region is unbelievably horrible. In November, the United Nations made 41 attempts to deliver aid to this section, North Gaza, to the besieged people trapped in North Gaza. 37 of the 41 attempts were blocked by the Netanyahu government. 4 other deliveries were not blocked, but were troubled. Here is the situation. A year ago, we heard that if there isn't sufficient food, chaos will ensue because starving people will storm whatever truck there is that has food because they are desperate. The trucks won't be able to make it to the warehouse, or if they do make it to the warehouse will be sacked. We are now in the very condition that the humanitarian organizations told us would happen. So very little food being allowed in. What is being allowed in can't be distributed in any significant organized fashion, and people are starving. And even if those 4 truckloads could have been at the warehouse and distributed, too little food, microscopic amount of food for the 65,000 people who are there. So, here we are now. Gaza's destruction, this destruction that we saw on that previous chart, this destruction, this is carried out by American bombs. This is how we are complicit in this situation. It is our munitions that are being used by the Israeli Defense Forces to produce this result. We are connected, and therefore we are morally connected to the situation in Gaza. Our weapon packages have included 50,000 120 millimeter high explosive mortar rounds. Our provisions have included more than 32,000 120 millimeter tank rounds, more than 14,000 2,000-pound bombs and 6,500 500-pound bombs and hundreds of 250-pound bombs. Think about a 2,000-pound bomb. This is like the biggest bomb. And the New York Times described how, when it's dropped, it is designed to break fortified military bunkers. It will create a massive crater 40 to 50 feet wide. And when it explodes, it will shatter, and I quote, into razor-sharp fragments that can kill or incapacitate people over several hundred feet. You kind of get the feeling how any bomb like that is indiscriminate. Whether it's dropped on the intended building or it falls somewhere further afield, it kills a tremendous number of civilians. We are providing those bombs. Now, the Biden administration suspended the delivery of 200-pound bombs to the Netanyahu government because of that, and also suspended the 500-pound bombs. But the Wall Street Journal reported in July that the delivery had been restored of the 500-pound bombs. The point here is we continue to be deeply connected and tied to this devastation in Gaza. And it's not just the devastation of civilians, it's also American law, and it's also international law. National Security Memorandum 20, a process that was created because of the work of my colleague, Senator Van Hollen, says this: it is reasonable to assess, the report on this says, it's reasonable to assess that defense articles covered have been used by Israeli security forces inconsistent with international humanitarian law and the obligations for mitigating civilian harm. And so, what have we done? It was last February, now 10 months ago, that a group of us called on the United States for Operation Gaza Relief. We must at least provide massive amounts of humanitarian aid so people are not starving in Gaza. We have that responsibility. If we are urging Israel to provide the aid, which is the best strategy, but they do not do it, we have the obligation to provide it. And we did so little. We have the most massive sea lift capability in the world, and we didn't use a single bit of it to address a humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We have 2 hospital ships that have 1,000 beds each, and we did not move them into the Mediterranean to help out. We did not encourage other nations to provide their hospital ships. Now, we did do one modest thing. We did a floating pier that operated intermittently from May to July that had all kinds of problems breaking up in the waves. It provided, ultimately, at the best estimate, enough food for people of Gaza for a week. Not at all addressing the magnitude of the challenge. We had a responsibility to provide help independent of any other cessation of hostilities, and we failed. And yes, we pressed for a cessation of hostilities. We pressed for a ceasefire, and I applaud the administration for doing so. But while that failed, we also failed. We, America, failed. And our responsibility to provide relief to the humanitarian suffering on which we are so closely connected. Our own law says that if our aid is impeded, as it has been by the Netanyahu government, that we cannot provide arms. But we have been violating our own law. 620I, no assistance shall be furnished under this act, the Arms Export Control Act, to any country when it's made known to the President that the government of such country prohibits or otherwise restricts directly or indirectly the transport or delivery of United States humanitarian assistance. We have a moral responsibility and we have a legal responsibility. So we must do more. We must do more in the remaining weeks of this administration. We must do more in the opening year of the next administration, because these issues of moral responsibility, these issues of international law do not depend on who sits in the Oval Office. So as we stand here about to go home and celebrate with our big plates of food and our full pitchers of wine, as we read our cards calling for peace in the world, as we offer our prayers, let us not forget those who suffer in the Middle East. Let us not forget the families who lost their family members on October 7th in Israel. Let us not forget the families in Israel whose hostages, whose family members are still held hostage. Let us not forget those on the West Bank suffering the afflictions of local violence. But most of all, let us not forget the victims in Gaza and do all we can under our moral responsibility, under our legal responsibility, to come to their aid. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
Senator from California is recognized.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 849, Benjamin J. Cheeks of California, to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of California, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Benjamin J. Cheeks of California to be United States District Judge for the Southern District of California shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen.
Aye.
Mr. Vance. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Mr. Hickenlooper. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Fisher, no. There. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Brown, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kim, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Smith, Van Hollen, Welch, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Tester, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Braun, Britt, Collins, Crapo, Daines, Fisher, Langford, Marshall, Moran, Murkowski, Paul, Sullivan, Tillis. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Miss Ernst, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye.
Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Romney, Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Peters. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Thune. Mr. Thune, no.
Ayes are 49, the nays are 47. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. President, in a moment, I'm going to be making a unanimous consent request. I'm going to wait for Senator Grassley to be on the floor. But let me just, if I might, explain what the unanimous consent will be. It deals with H.R. 766. I'm a proud sponsor of the Preventive Health Savings Act since the 113th Congress. As it stands, the Congressional Budget Office scores budgetary implications of preventive health legislation in a 10-year time frame, limiting Congress's ability to understand the long-term impacts of meaningful prevention policies. This bicameral, bipartisan legislation would direct CBO to more accurately reflect the long-term cost savings potential of preventive health care initiatives and encourage the use of data-informed preventive health measures. On March 19th of this year, the House of Representatives passed this legislation by voice vote. Now, here's the challenge we have. This legislation will allow us to implement preventive health care sooner. That will save lives and will save dollars. I'll just give you one example. We now have a multi-cancer blood screening test that could be implemented for certain targeted populations. The longer that's delayed and being reimbursable under our healthcare system, the more people are not going to have the advantage of that, more lives are going to be lost. And with later detection of cancer, we know it's a more costly type of care that's needed, and it costs more money. So we have a chance today, because this is a House-passed bill, to send this bill to the President, and that's why I will be making unanimous consent requests in regards to the bill. I know that Senator Grassley has other legislation that he's been trying to get attached. I will urge him not to do that because it will obviously mean this bill will not pass. His issue is not related to the issue that this bill is about. I want to thank Senator Whitehouse and Senator Grassley for their help on the Budget Committee itself. But this is our last opportunity to do something meaningful to implement preventive health care that will save lives and actually save dollars for the taxpayers of this country. There's no question about it. This bill saves money, and we can get it done now. Any amendment on it obviously would have to go back to the House, and there's no possibility that the House would agree to it. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 766, which was received from the House and is at the desk. Further, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Iowa is recognized.
reserving the right to object, and I have a counter offer. But before I get to that, I want to say, first of all, it's not easy for me to stand here and object to something the senator from Maryland wants to bring up, because he's a gentleman in the 100% way in the United States Senate. So it's not easy to go against his ideas. But I want you to know I've been working on this with Representative Burgess, the leader in the House of Representatives, and we offered 4 amendments to him in negotiations. He agreed to 2 of them, and 2 of them he didn't agree to, and we agreed not to push for that amendment. So we felt that we had good discussions with Representative Burgess, but now we're working on the House bill here, and none of those things that Burgess agreed to could be. So it's where we are is that even though Burgess agreed to some compromise, senators over here have issues with preventing Congress from depositing savings into the Medicare Improvement Fund in budget year 11 through 30, based upon CBO estimates of preventive health savings legislation. Now, I have no doubt that preventive medicine saves money, but putting money in a fund for 11 to 30 years out can only lead to what we know happens too often here in the United States Senate of budget gimmicks saying that we're going to use funds in a certain fund. Well, that's a perfectly legitimate thing to do, but you have to have confidence that what CBO says about that is going to be legitimate and have credibility. And so what I've been trying to work out with Representative Burgess is just exactly to do that. Yeah, put this fund out there, as you say, it's going to save money, but I want to make sure that CBO, when they say something, we have a way of verifying that. So I want to say that I appreciate the intentions of this bill, increasing preventive health care to improve health outcomes and help patients and taxpayers avoid costly treatment and services down the road is a laudable goal. However, I'm concerned that as currently constructed, this bill will lead to budget gimmicks that will ultimately increase rather than decrease health spending. The sponsors are well aware of my concerns. I worked in good faith to offer up ideas to address my budget gimmicks concerns. I made it clear I'm willing to compromise. I've already done so with my most recent offer and dropped common sense budget process reform provisions that I thought were important, and these budget process reforms were what was in the famous Enzi White House bill that Senator Enzi and now former Senator Enzi and now Senator Whitehouse worked out in budget committee reform. And I've said that Burgess was willing to go along with my changes to establish common sense guardrails and to prevent budget gimmicks. But these changes have been rejected in the Senate, and my concerns have been addressed. The bill before us contains no common sense guardrails, such as requiring a disclaimer that a supplementary estimate doesn't replace a CBO 10-year cost estimate, ensuring supplementary estimates are separate and distinct from the 10-year cost estimates, and requiring the Congressional Budget Office to be transparent in their modeling. That latter point is based on the proposition that we expect CBO to show us how they arrived at figures dealing with cost savings of some particular preventive medicine program. The bill also doesn't address concerns about how supplementary analysis could be used for budget gimmicks in the future, such as depositing uncertain out-year savings into the Medicare and Medicaid Improvement Fund. The bill needs common sense guardrails to prevent budget gimmicks. So I would like to suggest this alternative. So I asked the senator from Maryland to modify his request to include my amendment, which is at the desk, that the amendment be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that motion to reconsider be made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection to the modification?
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. If I might, and again, I appreciate Senator Grassley's comments about this senator. I feel the same about Senator Grassley. He's been an incredible voice in the United States Senate, particularly on transparency, particularly against waste, and has taken on some of the most challenging battles here on the floor of the United States Senate. I've worked on this legislation now for several Congresses. My partners are Senator Crapo, Senator Kramer, Senator King. We've all worked on this bill together. And the bill is very simple. It just allows a more realistic budget window for preventive health care. And it's something that we've been talking about for a long time so that we don't get trapped with high upfront costs that have large savings and we never get to the savings because CBO cannot score it under the current budget rules. The challenges that Senator Grassley is raising are not in this bill. We've worked very closely with the budget people to make sure that this bill does not contain the concerns that Senator Grassley is raising. The Senator might be raising very legitimate concerns, but it's not this legislation that's causing it. This legislation only allows us to be able to implement in a more realistic way preventive health care services with legitimate cost estimates and offsets so that we can get the savings from preventive health care and implement preventive health care sooner, saving lives and dollars. We can make progress on this issue now. The problem is twofold with the request that's being made. First, it's not the potential abuse is not in this legislation. It deals with a broader issue. And then secondly, if this bill is amended, I think Senator Grassley also understands the chances of passage are zero. There's no possibility that this bill can be taken up in the House at this late stage. So this is our last opportunity. I came to the floor today and not before because I respect greatly Senator Grassley and his concerns, and I was hoping that we could find a path forward for that to happen. But there is no path forward for that to happen. And by including the request, I would be sacrificing both bills, and I would hope the senator would recognize that and would allow this modest improvement for preventive health care to go forward. And with that, Mr. President, I regretfully object.
Mr. President.
Objection to the modification is heard.
Mr. President.
Is there objection to the original request?
Yes. Yeah, I object. I'd like to, around here we use the words budget gimmickry pretty freely. And I want to say as an example that every senator in this Senate knows the term Medicare sequester as a budget gimmick. So something beyond the 10-year window we're going to draw in to spend money today. That's one example of a budget gimmick. I just want to make sure that we don't widen that down the road. Thank you. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
President, I move the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 5639, which was introduced earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S. 5639, a bill to extend the authority for the protection of certain facilities and assets from unmanned aircraft.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. President, as we near the deadline to fund the government tonight without a clear path from my Republican colleagues in the House, it appears that we're once again on the brink of a government shutdown. And when the clock runs out at midnight, the current authorities that the Department of Homeland Security and the FBI have to safely disable drones that pose a security threat will also expire. And we simply cannot let that happen. I just received a unanimous consent to pass a bill that will extend the current authorities for 1 year. I appreciate my Senate colleagues for joining me in passing this legislation so that our federal law enforcement agencies can continue to protect against dangerous drones while giving us additional time to work on bipartisan legislation that Senator Johnson and I have authored to strengthen counter-drone efforts. There are now more than 1 million drones currently registered in the United States, and the overwhelming majority of them are used for hobby, commercial, or law enforcement purposes, and in a responsible and legal way. But we've also seen many instances where drones can pose a serious threat to the safety of the public, our critical infrastructure, our airports, and our communities. From the reports of drone sightings in New Jersey that have led to airport runway closures and caused alarm in multiple cities to drone incursions at NFL games that put fans and team safety at risk, we need to be able to take the appropriate actions to identify, to track, and safely disable drones that could be a threat. Earlier this week, I called on the Senate to pass strong bipartisan legislation that would not only extend the current authorities we have in place to take down threatening drones, but it would also help address the current concerns we're seeing from communities all across our country by helping to provide state and local law enforcement with the authority to use technology to identify and disarm risky drones so that they can protect our own communities. Unfortunately, that legislation was blocked from passing. And that's why it's so important that we just passed this 1-year extension so that the FBI and the DHS will be able to disable any drones that possess a danger to public service. So I want to thank my colleagues for joining me in passing this 1-year extension so that we can ensure we'll be able to protect our communities from any immediate drone threats. And I hope my colleagues from both sides of the aisles will continue to work with me in the months ahead, along with Senator Johnson, on a larger piece of legislation that will allow us to more effectively address the risk posed by increasing numbers of drones in our country. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Texas is recognized.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Well, Mr. President, it's hardly breaking news that this is December the 20th, 5 days before Christmas, a day celebrated by 2 billion people throughout the world. It's also the last day of the 118th Congress. And there's no better time than the President to take stock of what we've done or not done this last year. Students around the country have wrapped up their semester and they've come home with a report card to show their parents the grades they've earned in things like math, science, English, and other subjects. Of course, report cards are a helpful metric of advancement or not, as the case may be. It's also a means to hold people accountable, where they are excelling, where they need to improve. Here in the Senate, I think it's important to issue the Democratic majority a similar report card style evaluation. And people may wonder, well, why would it just be of the Democratic majority and not the Senate as a whole? Well, obviously each of us represent our respective states, but there's one important difference. Only the majority leader, the Democratic majority leader, sets the Senate schedule. That means we consider bills that only he calls up for consideration. No one else in the Senate, no, the other 99 of us, can schedule bills for votes. Well, that also means that what he does not schedule on the Senate's calendar is not considered, including bills that have passed the House, even by broad bipartisan majorities. And in a few short days, all the bills that he has chosen not to schedule will suffer a quiet death. The majority's leader's ability to run this chamber has repercussions in every state, city, and community across the country. As public servants, we are all accountable to the people we serve. And leaders of the institution should be accountable as well, which is what I want to proceed to do now. Last year, the majority leader's report card at the halfway mark of the congressional session showed that he had quite a bit of room for improvement in the second half of this two-year session. But unfortunately, I'm sorry to report he did not improve his performance last year. In fact, in the recent referendum on Senate Democrats' performance, which is the general election of November the 5th, the American people voted for Republicans to take over the reins of the Senate next year because they believed the Senate and the country was headed in the wrong direction. So let's start with government funding. That seems particularly timely now, since here we are in another government shutdown narrative, which is, I will show, or attempt to show, is entirely contrived and is by design and is not the way the Senate should be running. You'll recall last year the majority leader earned an incomplete on this subject. So I had hopes that we would see a change on the way we handled government funding. So the first 2 months of this calendar year, we spent processing. We saw the Appropriations Committee pass bipartisan appropriations bills that were never scheduled on the Senate floor. Now, we find ourselves in the exact same situation as last year. The Appropriations Committee did their work, again, on a bipartisan basis. Many of the 12 bills they passed were passed unanimously, but never called up or scheduled for votes here in the Senate. Leader Schumer made the exact same mistake he made last year. He procrastinated on scheduling floor time to consider the bills, and we are even now, as I speak, dealing with the funding decisions that should have been decided and settled last September. So here we are, less than 3 days before less than 3 days before the Senate was scheduled to head home. He negotiated a text of a bill that was more than 1,500 pages. Now, you might wonder, why is it that he would fail to call up the 12 funding bills for the entire rest of the year, and then 3 days before we're supposed to leave for the Christmas recess, propose a 1,500-page bill? Well, it should seem pretty obvious. It's because the people who negotiate that bill are not the rank and file members of the Senate. Matter of fact, they don't even get a chance to change the negotiated product, which is done between the so-called Big Four. So he was hoping to shove through a cramnibus that lawmakers would not have even had time to read, and he snuck in a pay raise for Congress to boot. Now it's only a few days before the end of the year, and we are in the exact same boat we found ourselves last year. We're now tasked with passing a continuing resolution to kick the can down the road even more into March. Again, this should have been addressed last September. I must say I'm disappointed, but not entirely surprised. It was part of a plan. So I believe that on the appropriations process, keeping the lights on and keeping government open, the report card for the Democratic majority and the majority leader is an F. Now let's turn to the National Defense Authorization Act. I've said time and time again on this floor that something that I think we all recognize, that this is the most dangerous world since World War II, with North Korea sending soldiers to fight with the Russians in Ukraine, with Kim Jong-un launching missiles over allies of the United States into the Sea of Japan, with Hamas and Hezbollah, the proxy, and the Houthis, the proxies for Tehran, killing innocent people. And then, of course, the war in Ukraine, which has tragically gone on for 2 years with hundreds of thousands of people dead. So you would think that one of the most important things we would do is pass the National Defense Authorization Bill, something we've done literally 63 years in a row. That law should have been signed, that bill should have been signed into law by the end of the last fiscal year, which is September the 30th. But yes, once again, the majority leader, the only person who can schedule these bills on the floor, procrastinated. That bill was finally completed the last week of the year, more than 2 months past the deadline. But just like government funding, the majority leader did not learn from his mistakes on the NDAA. 2 days ago, on Wednesday of this week, he actually came down here and brazenly acknowledged what many people had said, that they were worried that we would not even be able to pass the defense authorization bill this year because he hadn't scheduled it for consideration on the floor. But he came down and bragged that, yes, here we are, we're going to vote on the NDAA, but it's a conference report that rank and file members have never had the chance to debate and amend on the Senate floor. This, again, was a bill negotiated behind closed doors, not in the light of day, with senators, all 100 senators, having a chance to participate. It was just a railroad job. Well, he acts like this is the way he handled it was to his credit, but just the opposite is true. And next we have the Farm Bill. A strong and on-time Farm Bill is essential to the health and well-being of the agriculture industry, the American people, and our economy. Texas, which I'm proud to represent, is home to more than 230,000 farms and ranches, more than any other state in the country. 1 out of every 7 Texans works in an ag-related job. So this legislation provides critical lifelines for the folks back home. And here again, last year, the Senate failed to pass a farm bill on a timely basis and instead kicked the can down the road. Unfortunately, recently, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, a Democratic chair, waited until November, that was just last month, to release a partisan farm bill that was simply not going to cut it for our farmers and ranchers back home. And it had no chance of passing because it was strictly a party line partisan bill. So instead of working together on a bipartisan basis to pass a fair and effective farm bill on time, we had to scramble to include farm assistance in the end of the year continuing resolution. That was part of the 1,500-page bill that the majority leader and others negotiated, which unfortunately does not look like it's going to go anywhere. That part of it, the farm assistance. But we wouldn't have needed to do that, or at least not the scale at which that farm assistance was provided for, if we had simply done our work on time and passed a timely farm bill. And of course, this continuing resolution, or whatever the House will end up sending to us, doesn't allow producers to plan, doesn't give them certainty for multiple years. The least Congress can do to our farmers and ranchers for them is to provide them agricultural assistance now. Playing politics with the livelihoods of the very people who grow our crops that feed the world is unacceptable. That's why getting our work done on our farm bill on time is so important. And it is something that the Republican majority will deliver on next year. So for this Congress, the Democratic leader, once again, has earned an F for failing to pass a timely farm bill. Well, with a C+ on the NDAA and multiple Fs, we have to wonder, what has Senator Schumer been doing all year? What has the Senate been doing all year? If we haven't done our work on time, what has happened? And the answer is we simply squandered our time. There are 365 days in a year. According to my colleague, the incoming Senate Majority Leader, John Thune, in 2024, the Senate had been in session only 116 days out of 365, 116 days as of today. Last year, we were in session a little bit longer, 124 days, but this year we had 9 Mondays during the regular session weeks when the Senate took an extra recess day off. So we came in on Tuesday, left on Thursday. Honestly, looking at it, we only worked about 2.5 days a week. I'm relieved that the incoming Majority Leader is going to put this chamber back to work and produce our work on time next year. The Majority Leader has also wasted a significant part of the year with the summer of show votes, when he could have been getting this other essential work done. Show votes are something that he knows are not going to pass, but are designed for political messaging or to embarrass the opposing political party. We voted on a number of bills that were never intended to pass, vote on a tax package that hadn't even been considered here in the Senate by the Finance Committee, mere hours before the Senate was scheduled for a recess. This is a huge bill that hadn't received any input from the Senate Finance Committee, none. It could not have been more clear that the Majority Leader was playing games, not actually trying to produce a legislative result. So the only subject where the Democratic leader was remotely successful is this last one here, procrastination. He gets an A. But no one takes a class in procrastination. Recess is not a subject that receives a grade either. In short, this is an embarrassing report card for the Majority Leader and the Democratic majority this last year. It's no surprise, given this lackluster performance, that the American people chose a different direction in the November 5th election. And while I'm disappointed, I'm very much looking forward to working with my Republican colleagues and President Trump and any willing Democrat who's willing to join us to make sure we can report back to the American people with some better news and a better report card next year. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Thanks, Mr. President. Earlier this week, I spoke about the historic accomplishments of the Senate Committee on Indian Affairs with my good friend and Vice Chair, Lisa Murkowski, over the last 4 years. I made it very clear that the foundation of this success was and continues to be Native leaders, communities, and advocates sharing their priorities and telling us what's most important to them. I also emphasize that we cannot and will not rest on our laurels because our progress is still in progress. And that's why today we have to pass S. 1723, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies Act. This bill would establish a federal commission to investigate the federal Indian boarding school era, when the federal government partnered with religious institutions in an attempt to assimilate Native children at so-called schools, often far from their homes and families, where they were stripped of their culture, languages, and identities, beaten and abused, both mentally and physically. Thousands, likely more, died at those schools, and those who returned home were never the same. The Truth and Healing Commission would turn the page on this shameful era and help begin the healing process for Native survivors, descendants, and communities, and those who continue to experience the generational trauma and lasting legacy of these policies today. S. 1723 passed out of the committee after extensive bipartisan debate. Since then, Vice Chair Murkowski and I have worked with the bill's sponsor, Senator Warren, the Native American Boarding School Coalition, and other advocates to refine the bill and to accommodate feedback. The current version of this legislation is the result of hundreds of hours of drafting, redrafting, discussion, and tough negotiations. I'll now turn it over to the Vice Chair for some remarks before I make a unanimous consent request.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I want to thank and acknowledge Senator Schatz as well as his team on the Indian Affairs Committee for their work as we have sought to advance S. 1723, the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian Boarding School Policies. I also want to acknowledge Senator Warren for her help on this and of course, the Native American Boarding School Coalition, so many of the advocates that really have helped us advance this. As the chairman of the committee has noted, we have worked this legislation over a long period of time, and it is a priority for us in the committee because for far too long, this dark legacy of the Indian boarding school era has just kind of sat in the corner, unrecognized, unacknowledged. From 1819 to 1969, the U.S. government forcibly removed Native children from their families and tribes, placing them in boarding schools. These Indian boarding schools, as they came to be called, were not just education institutions, but oftentimes they were viewed as tools to eradicate Native cultures, languages, and traditions to, quote, civilize, close quote, Native American children. Again, a very dark era within our government. And so what we seek to do with this bill is create a commission to bring light to the generational trauma caused by this time of Indian boarding schools. By allowing people's stories to be heard, we can help honor the experience of victims and their families, facilitate healing, and foster greater understanding and empathy among all people. I think this is a good step, an important step in helping the survivors of Indian boarding schools and the families and communities that were impacted, help them find healing. We have heard stories, I have heard stories of many in my state who attended boarding schools, some in the state of Alaska, some outside the state of Alaska. The listening sessions that Secretary Holland led as Secretary of Interior on this very important issue, again, these are stories that must be recognized, and again, I thank those who have shared them because at many times they were very painful, covering scars from the past. But how we can offer ways to pursue healing is what this commission is all about. So again, my thanks to Chairman Schatz for being such a great partner on this legislation, as well as on so many other matters that we have been able to advance successfully through the committee. And my thanks to the chairman's team and to mine as the ranking member on the committee. We've done good work. It's been a successful year for the committee, and I'm hoping that there is a path somehow that this legislation will actually be able to be taken up by the House of Representatives and signed into law. That would be a good and a fitting ending.
Mr. President,
Senator from Hawaii.
as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 432, S1723.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 432, S1723, a bill to establish the Truth and Healing Commission on Indian boarding school policies in the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendment be withdrawn, the Schatz-Murkowski substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. It is no small task for us to confront the unbearable burden of our history. Yet to stand before that history in silence, to remain idle while these wounds persist, is to turn away from one of the most fundamental acts of justice and healing that we are in a position to do something about. We have to turn the light on and let the truth out. And this is the work that we've done in the Senate now, and we do hope the House takes action and passes this incredibly important measure into law. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout my career, I've been committed to tackling the drug problem in this country and protecting our communities. I have passed bills to hold criminals accountable and crack down on fentanyl manufacturing and trafficking. But I'm here today because our work to protect Americans from these harmful drugs is far from over. As we continue our work to keep our families safe from fentanyl, we must also focus on new drugs that are emerging like xylazine. Drug traffickers have been adding xylazine to fentanyl to increase the potency of the drug and to boost their profits. Its nickname is Tranq. And because it is an animal tranquilizer, and it is surging, unfortunately, across the United States. I have been hearing from law enforcement in Nevada about how xylazine is spreading to the West. Between the years 2019 and 2022, the number of overdose deaths in this country related to xylazine skyrocketed by 276%. Xylazine can do catastrophic damage to our communities, and right now, it's almost entirely unregulated. We have to get ahead of that. That's why I've introduced the bipartisan, bicameral Combating Illicit Xylazine Act with Senators Chuck Grassley and Maggie Hassan. This bill has the support of over 115 bipartisan members of Congress in both chambers because it's essential. This legislation would make xylazine a Schedule III drug and give the DEA, the Drug Enforcement Administration, and local law enforcement the resources they need to get it off our streets, while also protecting its use as a veterinary tranquilizer for our farmers and ranchers. Let me stress this again. This legislation also gives our veterinarians the ability to still have access to this drug, which they need as a tranquilizer for their animals. This is not a partisan issue. We all want to keep our families safe from horrific drugs like xylazine. We must act now to pass the Combating Illicit Xylazine Act and get this harmful drug out of our neighborhoods, out of the hands of our kids, so that we can save lives. So, Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of S-993 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. Further, that the Cortez-Masto-Grassley substitute amendment at the desk be agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? From Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thank Senator Cortez Masto for being such a leader on fighting the opioid epidemic. She is on the front line of conducting that battle against this scourge, and we are both here on the floor today in an effort to find the best solutions for addressing this crisis. We lost over 105,000 Americans to overdose last year. That's over 1 million people in a decade who would die at that pace. And to put this in more concrete terms, we lost more Americans in a single year to overdose than in the entirety of the Vietnam War or the Korean War. And that was just 1 year, 105,000 people. And for every death, we unleash waves of grief and hurt on families and communities that lose one of their own. And 105,000 deaths is more than unacceptable. It is a tragedy, and this epidemic is made worse by the scourge of xylazine. The tragedy does call for immediate, full-scale solutions. Americans need solutions that work, and in developing those solutions, we must be cautious about any unintended consequences. And I am concerned about the unintended consequences of passing the Combating Illicit Xylazine Act. The bill would require scheduling xylazine under the Controlled Substance Act as a Schedule III drug. And these schedules are meant to create restrictions based on a balance of the substance's legitimate medical use and their potential for abuse. It's a balance. And in the United States, we actually have a process to schedule xylazine and other drugs. And we have a process that's time-tested, that requires the Department of Health and Human Services to provide a scientific and medical evaluation. And as the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, has indicated, they have already started that process. So instead of waiting for the scientific and medical evaluation to be completed, this bill would actually require we skip the process and let Congress decide what scheduling is the most appropriate. But ultimately, this process is something which I believe has to be given due respect. If we schedule this without waiting for the experts, this could lead to more people struggling with addiction, having a harder time asking for help, and less research into xylazine testing, overdose reversal, and treatment. So from my perspective, I just don't think we should be skipping over expert recommendations that would help us avoid those unintended consequences, and efforts to skip medical and scientific evaluation should certainly not be supported by the DEA, working to undercut the administration's own health experts in their role in developing a scheduling recommendation. So there's a tension here that exists between the DEA and between our health officials in terms of the processes that we should be using. And I understand that part of the justification for a legislative solution is to create exemptions for veterinary medicine to avoid unnecessary interference in legitimate uses of xylazine. We can do that once we have a complete medical and scientific recommendation. And I look forward, obviously, to working with my great friend, Senator Cortez Masto, just, again, a great leader in this battle against the opioid epidemic, to identify the appropriate legislative solution once we've obtained that medical recommendation from the medical experts. And I also look forward to working with the Drug Enforcement Administration in making a serious effort to support Americans who are struggling with addiction. And that includes increasing access to medication treatment, including methadone, for opioid use disorder. Senator Cortez Masto and I agree xylazine is dangerous. Our overdose epidemic is unacceptable, and we need solutions. And I'm honored to work with Senator Cortez Masto in this fight. We have solutions that we can pursue. We need to pass the Support Act reauthorization. We need to give communities the tools to test and respond to substances coming into their communities. We need to train and support law enforcement and health providers responding to overdose after overdose. And we need to break down old war on drugs structure to make it nearly impossible for Americans to get treatment they need without being criminalized, penalized, and stigmatized. But in pursuing these goals, we cannot provide solutions that offer the potential of undermining the process that has been in place to rely upon medical and scientific evaluation and then work in coordination with the Drug Enforcement Agency. And for that set of reasons, at this time, Mr. President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President?
The senator from Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. President. I absolutely respect my colleague from Massachusetts and look forward to working with him. Let me just put on the record here the concern and why this legislation is so necessary. Time is of the essence here. We're talking about saving lives. Never, ever would we want to undermine the process to move forward. But unfortunately, in this case, the process moving forward is going to take, one, time that we know is very bureaucratic. Two, the process moving forward, if we are to wait for it, does not take into consideration our veterinarians and farmers and ranchers. If we wait for the proposal to come forward from the DEA, that proposal will not carve out and still allow this particular drug, xylazine, to be utilized by our veterinarians and farmers. It will absolutely make it a Schedule III and take it off completely. That's why this legislation was essential. And that is why working with our veterinarians and working with the DEA and the entire executive branch, we wanted to bring them into this process without undermining that process to make sure that we were doing everything possible to address this in a timely manner. It is also why earlier this year, the executive branch issued several legislative proposals in its Detect and Defeat Counter-Fentanyl proposal, which was shared with Congress. And those proposals made a provision to make xylazine a Schedule III drug. That legislative proposal to place xylazine in Schedule III by the executive branch is supported by the entire executive branch, including specifically the Department of Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration. They have been brought into this process. Those are the health experts. That's what this is about. The goal was to bring everybody together now, to bring all the key stakeholders so we can make this a timely legislation and move it, because time is of the essence if we are to save lives. And that's why, honestly, many of the veterinarian associations across the country, including in Massachusetts, support this process. They do not want to be left out. If we are to wait for the DEA process to go forward, there is not going to be a carve-out for veterinarians to access this drug. And this was my attempt, and Senator Grassley's, and so many of us working with all the key stakeholders on good legislation that makes sense, that's common sense, to move forward here, and nobody was left out of the process, including the health experts. So I'm disappointed we can't move this today, but I am hopeful, working with my colleague from Massachusetts, that we can provide him the necessary information that he is seeking to move this legislation in a timely manner, because I know he cares about this issue, about saving lives as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, earlier this week, Democrats and Republicans from both the House and the Senate made a deal that struck a blow against the healthcare middlemen that manipulate our healthcare system to enrich themselves. Unfortunately, the very first act of the second Trump administration, or should I say the first Musk administration, was to step in and strip out the bipartisan agreement that stopped the drug middlemen, known as pharmacy benefit managers, from ripping off taxpayers and seniors. We all understand that health care is an unavoidable expense for most American families. That's why I went into public service. Health care is not a Democratic or a Republican issue. It's a family issue. And we know if you or your loved ones don't have their health, everything else in the house goes by the board. Unfortunately, the chaos sown by the president-elect and his billionaire mini-me, though again it's hard to tell which is which, they've served to protect the middlemen, the pharmacy benefit managers and insurance companies that take money out of the system while our families are stuck with big medical bills and substandard care. Now, Donald Trump has spent the last 2 weeks telling everybody who will listen that he wants to take on the drug middlemen. Let me quote Donald Trump here. He said they're rich as hell. He said we're going to knock them out. Well, at the very first opportunity to do that, he abandoned that pledge in order to follow Elon Musk's lead. You don't choose to do business with pharmacy managers, but I'll tell you, they are dining out on your paycheck nevertheless. These PBMs squat between big pharma and the insurance companies. While they're supposed to negotiate coverage and the price of prescription medicine for your insurance plan, they've ended up favoring higher-priced drugs by taking a fee that is linked to the price of the drug. Now, the effort to reform these PBM practices has been bipartisan from the get-go. It ought to be a no-brainer. I think I've told the President of the Senate, the senator from Idaho, Senator Crapo, and I kicked this effort off 2 years ago, and the Senate Finance Committee passed a bill 26-0. And the House of Representatives has worked in a similarly bipartisan way. Our legislation would end the practice of profiting off higher prices in Medicare by ensuring that a PBM can only receive a flat fee from drug makers. That's going to save taxpayers and seniors hard-earned dollars, because finally, these pharmacy benefit managers are going to have an incentive to pick lower-priced drugs. So let me just pause on that point for a second. These middlemen are not the good guys. Earlier this week, and I heard my colleagues talking about matters involving opioids, the New York Times reported that in negotiations with opioid manufacturers like Purdue Pharma, the pharmacy benefit managers traded away protections designed to reduce the rate of opioid overdoses and addiction in order to make yet another fast buck. These, Mr. President, are the people Donald Trump is letting off the hook at Elon Musk's direction. The bipartisan agreement, I might also add, is particularly important for us Westerners because we've seen our small independent community pharmacies hit so hard. These small businesses have been closing their doors at an alarming rate over the past decade, again, in large part due to the practices by these PBM giants. The pharmacy benefit managers are able to pay independent pharmacies whatever they feel like. And then the little pharmacy in Arizona or Oregon or Idaho or anywhere else, the small pharmacies got to accept what the PBMs will pay. So what we do in our bipartisan legislation, what a number of committees in the Senate have worked on, what has been the effort in the House, and what our program is all about is giving the small pharmacies a chance to fight back by reporting unreasonable contract terms to a federal watchdog who's in a position to enforce a fair contract. That's going to mean that independent community pharmacies are paid what they're owed and keep their doors open in rural America without having to pay off the PBMs by gouging customers. Beyond the drug middlemen, I'm just going to mention several other areas, Mr. President, that the bipartisan legislation cracks down on in terms of helping the American people. The bipartisan legislation goes after ghost networks that are blocking Americans from getting the care they need. What these ghost networks are all about is essentially the insurance companies take your money and then there aren't any providers, there aren't any navigators, isn't anybody to help you get your coverage. So under what we are calling for in a bipartisan way, the insurance companies would have to have a list of doctors that actually are going to make care available. So Americans who need care can contact them, make an appointment, and not have to pay extra costs, Mr. President, by going out of the health care network they paid for. Too often, based on investigations conducted by the Government Accountability Office as well as the investigative staff of the Finance Committee, we have found that essentially these ghost networks mean there's no there. You've paid your money and you can't get access to real care. Either the doctors don't take new patients, nobody picks up the phone, you aren't able to get what you paid for. Finally, the bipartisan agreement that Donald Trump has directed be rejected. The bipartisan agreement strengthens requirements for insurance companies that sell Medicare Advantage plans to make sure that their directories are actually up to date. Once again, we're seeing an area that cries out for reform because Americans across the political spectrum are sick and tired of paying premiums for health insurance only to find they can't actually get care when they need it. So Medicare Advantage, ghost networks, these are the areas that we're strengthening in our bipartisan effort. I'll close by saying there's a lot more to like in the legislation when it comes to health care, continuing access to telehealth and Medicare. Again, Mr. President, bipartisan. The late Senator Orrin Hatch negotiated with me the chronic care bill, which had telemedicine provisions, which became the foundation for what we did to fight COVID, again during the Trump administration. But we're not getting the benefits of telehealth if we reject this bipartisan agreement, as Donald Trump is urging. So telemedicine is in our package, higher funding for community health centers. I want to commend Senator Sanders and Senator Cassidy for working in a bipartisan way on that. And we also have improvements to help moms and kids and Americans with disabilities and seniors with Medicaid coverage. Those, of course, are the dual eligibles, the folks who are eligible for Medicaid and Medicare. So I come to the floor simply to say, Mr. President, we've got the holidays coming up. Everybody understands that. But there's another gift we can give to the American people, and that is a more fair shake in American health care. We're spending enough money, Mr. President. We're spending over $4 trillion. There are 330 million of us. Divide the 330 million into 4 trillion. You could send every family of 4 in America a check for more than $50,000. Say, get your health care. We're not spending it in the right places. And I'll tell you, in many instances, the reason that's the case is because of these middlemen. They made sense 30 years ago when you didn't have all the technology and all the data and people who knew how to use it. But today, these pharmacy benefit managers are, in too many instances, ripping off seniors and taxpayers. And I hope Donald Trump will see that our bipartisan bill is important to do now, important to do before we go home, and get some relief to seniors and taxpayers. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
The senator from Tennessee.
I'm here today to discuss worrying developments in Mexico, our neighbors to the south, and to promote a solution on which we can all work together in the next Congress. Sadly, I also need to call out actions by our own U.S. trade representative that would directly undermine American companies facing threats from Mexico by allowing the Mexican government to expropriate their properties. Under the leadership of Mexico's previous president, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, colloquially known as AMLO, and current president, Claudia Sheinbaum, the Mexican government is committing a blatant theft against a major American company and, by extension, the United States itself. Earlier this year, AMLO launched an aggressive campaign of intimidation and lawfare to support the outright theft of assets in Mexico belonging to Vulcan Materials, an Alabama-based company that has been a trusted partner in our nation's infrastructure development for decades. Vulcan built and operated the only deepwater port on the Yucatan Peninsula and has used it to supply the crushed limestone essential to infrastructure projects from Florida to California. Vulcan's operations in Mexico are not just a business venture, they form a critical link in our supply chain and a testament to the importance of American investment in Mexico. But AMLO decided that he wanted Vulcan's assets for himself. Cloaking his true intentions under the facade of environmental claims, AMLO shut down Vulcan's operations, sent armed law enforcement and the military to intimidate Vulcan's employees. And now, under his hand-picked successor, President Sheinbaum, Mexico is now seizing Vulcan's deepwater port. President Sheinbaum now seeks to finalize this theft by declaring the property a naturally protected area. Let's call this what it is: corruption dressed up as environmentalism. This is not protection, it's plunder. Lending any credence to this authorization is absurd. These actions violate international norms, they ignore contractual obligations, they trample over the U.S.-Canada-Mexico Free Trade Agreement, again, an agreement where America actually gives preferential trade treatment to Mexico. Surely, America's government is standing up for her own nation's interest in the face of this brazen misconduct by the government of Mexico, right? Sadly, no. A key reason for the current circumstances is an absence of American leadership, especially at the office of the United States Trade Representative. America's top trade representative, or America's top trade negotiator, the U.S. Trade Representative Katherine Tai, along with our State Department, have stood idly by while AMLO and Sheinbaum have escalated their anti-trade and anti-American agenda. Their inaction has sent a dangerous signal that the United States will allow its businesses around the world to be bullied, its laws to be ignored, and its negotiated agreements to be undermined. And it gets worse. Now, as reported in the Wall Street Journal, we're learning that the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative is siding with Mexico against the interest of U.S. firms by reinterpreting trade rules in a way that will erode the rights of American investors whose property was either confiscated or expropriated. According to news reports, USTR wants to limit the ability to seek redress by American companies whose property is expropriated. I stand here before my colleagues in the Senate asking why neither Congress nor the U.S. companies that would be impacted by these actions were ever consulted before the USTR stealthily moved to alter the USMCA agreement in a manner that undermines American interests. Ambassador Tai and USTR leadership need to clearly understand how negatively their actions will be reviewed or be viewed by this Congress. I can assure you, they'll not be forgotten. Making last-minute 11th-hour changes to U.S. trade agreements without review from Congress or the U.S. companies that would be negatively impacted is outright malpractice. It's a slap in the face of American investors and employers who've risked their capital overseas. And it will drive scarcity and inflation of critical infrastructure materials in the U.S., if Mexico is allowed to confiscate these assets, including a very strategic deepwater port. The implications of Mexico's theft and the failure of U.S. trade officials to defend America's interest go far beyond Vulcan Materials. They directly attack the foundational principles of reciprocal trade, investor protection, and the rule of law. If Mexico is allowed to target without repercussion a company like Vulcan, one that employs thousands of Americans and has operated responsibility in Mexico for decades, that means no American business is safe in Mexico. This kind of lawlessness will shatter investor confidence in Mexico. Why would any U.S. company risk capital in a country where contracts are meaningless, regulations are weaponized, and property can be seized at the government's whim? This erosion of trust threatens not only American jobs, but also the economic integration of North America, which many think is vital to our national security and our global competitiveness. Let's remember what the USMCA was supposed to be: a safeguard for trade and investment, a framework to protect the rule of law, and a cornerstone of North American prosperity. AMLO and Sheinbaum have shredded the spirit of this agreement by expropriating Vulcan's port and its property, and by pursuing an anti-investor agenda. AMLO and Sheinbaum are acting like saboteurs of the partnership that binds our two nations. Congress must respond with strength and resolve. Rather than roll over under the ruse of environmentalism, the United States Trade Representative should follow its duty, as stated on its own website, to protect American rights under our trade agreements and, quote, ensure that American workers, farmers, ranchers, and businesses receive the maximum benefit under our international trade agreement. What the USTR is contemplating now is anything but that. That's why my colleagues and I are fully committed to passing S. 5137, the Defending American Property Abroad Act. This legislation will ensure that those who benefit from stolen American assets, whether they be individuals or governments, face substantial consequences. The Defending American Property Abroad Act will prohibit vessels that utilize expropriated American infrastructure from ever entering U.S. ports. It will bar such facilities from U.S. trade and mandate a full accounting of these violations in the upcoming 2026 USMCA review. The Defending American Property Abroad Act will make clear to President Sheinbaum that the United States will not tolerate the theft of American property. AMLO and Sheinbaum must understand that their actions will have serious consequences. I will not stand by as Mexico betrays its commitments and undermines decades of cooperation. The United States must defend its companies, its workers, and its principles with unwavering strength. That's why I'm calling on my colleagues to join me in urgently finalizing and passing the Defending American Property Abroad Act in the next Congress. This cannot wait. Mexico's actions are a test of our resolve. If we fail to respond decisively, we will invite further aggression, not just from Mexico, but from every foreign leader watching to see if America will defend its interests. The United States should never be bullied, stolen from, or too feckless to respond to efforts to undermine its strength and sovereignty. And here at home, USTR leadership must immediately reverse course from its plan to renegotiate trade rules and pull the rug from under U.S. firms. A particularly disgraceful capstone, I might say, for the reputation of this outgoing administration. Mr. President, I yield the floor to my colleague from Virginia, Senator Kaine.
Mr. President.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I'm glad to be here with my colleagues from Tennessee and Alabama to speak about this Mexican government's unfair and discriminatory treatment of Vulcan Materials, and to encourage colleagues to support the Defending American Property Abroad Act. Before I get into the details, and I see I'm engendering an amazing response from the gallery, I do want to say I was a strong supporter of the USMCA. NAFTA was 20 years old, and any deal after 20 years, you would have learned what worked, what didn't, how to make it better. And I viewed USMCA as a significant achievement of the Trump administration, which I was glad to support, and it got the overwhelming and bipartisan support of this body as well as the House. I'm very worried about incursions into this deal. We'll have plenty of time to talk next year about one worry I have, which is the incoming administration's proposal to levy tariffs against Canada and Mexico. My thought is, once you have a trade agreement that's a state-of-the-art trade agreement that has been voted for by an overwhelming bipartisan majority, that gives you an avenue of communication that you should be able to use with Canada and Mexico, and you shouldn't need to use tariffs against these trade partners. You should use the framework of the agreement to resolve disputes that you have. But that's a matter for another day. Today I want to talk about in some detail the matter that my friend and colleague Senator Hagerty raised, which is the treatment of Vulcan Materials. And it's not just the treatment of Vulcan, but what it might say either about the Mexican government's treatment of American companies generally, or frankly, the American government's posture of either battling to protect American companies or standing by while they're mistreated. Vulcan is headquartered in Alabama. I see colleagues from Alabama on the floor, but employs over 1,000 people in Virginia, nearly 70 facilities in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Vulcan has been operating in the Yucatan Peninsula for more than 30 years. Senator Hagerty and I came to the floor to talk about this matter a number of months ago in the hopes that we might be able to avert what the AMLO administration has done, but nevertheless, even in a transition of government, Mexico has continued to ratchet up efforts to seize Vulcan's property in the Yucatan. These actions against Vulcan were initiated, to be sure, by the Lopez Obrador administration, but with the inauguration of the new President Sheinbaum earlier in 2024, these efforts that would continue to degrade the rule of law in Mexico continue. They're chilling investor confidence. They're making Mexico a more challenging place for American firms to do business. In August, I joined Senators Cardin, Risch, and Rubio in expressing our deep concern over proposed constitutional reforms in Mexico.
Senator will be in order.
Separate and apart from the matter of Vulcan, there's a larger context of actions in Mexico that should cause us some significant concerns. There was a judicial reform underway in Mexico promoted by the AMLO administration that was widely viewed by civil actors within Mexico, human rights and other organizations, as an effort to undermine the independence of the judiciary and make it harder for the Mexican judiciary to stand up against actions, illegal actions by the Mexican government. We strongly urge the AMLO administration in this bipartisan letter, as well as the incoming administration, to pursue only reforms that enhanced the professionalism and the independence of the judiciary, but unfortunately, neither administration has heeded our call and instead moved forward on implementing reforms that weaken the independence of the Mexican judiciary. Taken together, the direct bad faith actions against Vulcan and the two administrations' insistence on degrading the independence of the Mexican judiciary are jeopardizing critical economic security interests of both of our nations. Mexico is one of the top 3 trade partners of the United States, whether you measure by outgoing or incoming, top 3, and certainly it's the same in Virginia. Our two countries have a long history of friendship, and our cultural ties run deep. The NAFTA, followed by the USMCA, have integrated supply chains in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico in a degree that I view as generally positive. We do share essential traditions of democracy, and they require consistent work to ensure strong and independent institutions. Looking more closely at the USMCA in particular, my colleague talked about worries that rules are being renegotiated around the resolution of disputes that would make it harder for Vulcan and companies like Vulcan to seek assistance. We've been in this free trade agreement for 3 decades now. In exchange for preferential access to American markets, which has resulted in the intertwined supply chain that I described, Mexico has committed to uphold certain standards that American workers, consumers, companies, and investors expect. The standards were reinforced and strengthened in the USMCA in 2019, they include robust protection for workers, for the environment, and for companies operating abroad. And the standards not only protect Americans, but promote economic growth in Mexico, helping address the root causes of migration and other challenges. The protections for American investments, for instance, give certainty to other companies and investors looking to participate in helping grow and expand the Mexican economy. And so particularly as companies are looking to nearshore in the aftermath of COVID, looking to bring supply chains back to the United States and nations closer to the United States with whom we have free trade agreements, Mexico has been seen as a very attractive destination. But actions like those that are being taken against Vulcan now undermine that momentum. So in response to these actions, Senators Hagerty, Britt, Tuberville, Barrasso, Budd, and I introduced the Defending American Property Abroad Act earlier this year. And the bill would make clear that the U.S. does not condone discriminatory treatment against American companies, particularly with free trade agreement partners. We understand, even if we don't accept the notion, that some American companies are put at great disadvantage in nations where there are not trade agreements. But where there are trade agreements, particularly an agreement like USMCA, which is going to be scheduled for a renegotiation and consideration in 2026, we should not condone mistreatment of American companies by our trade agreement partners. The bill that we have introduced would reiterate that it's a bipartisan priority in Congress for the U.S. government to work to uphold the USMCA's investment standards in the upcoming 6-year review of the trade agreement. It would work to deter Mexico and any country in our hemisphere from illegally seizing additional U.S. assets. We must make it clear that this behavior will not be tolerated. I note for my colleague, with some sense of dismay, that I think I have some colleagues on my side of the aisle that don't like the notion that a disappointed company can seek relief against a regulation put in place by another country. They're concerned about whether that is a violation of sovereignty in some sense. And yes, it is the case that the USMCA leaves wide latitude for the participating nations to adopt their own regulatory framework. But there should be no disagreement in this body that an effort to completely seize the property of an American company can never be justified as an appropriate regulatory action, and that is what is happening with Vulcan. And I would hope colleagues on both sides of the aisle, thinking about companies in their own states, would realize if this is allowed to happen with the U.S. turning a blind eye or shrugging their shoulders to it, you will see a lot more of it, and we need to stop this now. So I look forward to continuing to work to pass our bill next Congress. We must ensure that the future of the U.S.-Mexico relationship continues to be grounded in the rule of law. I'm the chairman of the Western Hemisphere Subcommittee of the Foreign Relations Committee. I care about this relationship. I want it to get stronger and stronger. I celebrate its successes. I celebrate Mexico's successes, but I don't hesitate to stand and challenge actions either by the Mexican government or the inaction of the United States government that pose risks to Americans and American companies. And with that, Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Alabama.
Madam President, as has been discussed by my distinguished colleagues, in May of 2022, the Mexican military forcibly shut down Vulcan Materials Company's operations. Almost a year later, military police came in, military of our supposed ally. They breached and seized Vulcan's port facility at gunpoint. That's right. Instead of using its armed forces to confiscate the fentanyl killing hundreds of American citizens every single day, the Mexican military, under the directive of their former president, confiscated a port rightfully owned by an American company, an Alabama company. Instead of going after the cartels, our neighbor went after law-abiding Americans. Radical leftist Andre Manuel Lopez Obrador seized Vulcan's operations and property. Make no mistake, that action was illegal under both Mexican and international law. And it's unacceptable that Mexico's new president seems to be carrying the water for him. She said absolutely nothing except for that she's going to continue she is going to continue Lopez Obrador's unlawful seizure of an American company, and she stands with him. Time and time again over the past 4 years, bad actors across the globe have poked and prodded at the United States because they saw weakness in the White House. They saw they could do it and get away with it. And when they did, without even the slightest bit of response, let alone without consequences, they just kept doing it. Unfortunately, we learned from the Wall Street Journal's recently published editorial citing sources stating that this administration, the Biden administration, has undergone last-minute backroom negotiations on the U.S.-Mexico-Canada trade agreement. The changes, the Journal reported, would rob American companies like Vulcan of the protections they've relied on when investing in partner countries. The protections that would have prevented those partner countries from seizing, for example, operations centers or port facilities. The Biden administration and its U.S. trade representatives are actively undermining American interest. They're leaving American companies out in the cold without consulting Congress, preventing us from exercising our constitutional duty to provide oversight on trade. The Biden administration's actions should be a front-page story in every newspaper across this nation. The idea that a sitting president and or his administration would be working against the interest of the country and or the people that he was elected to serve is absolutely unacceptable. While we wait for January 20th, I am proud in the interim to support proudly Senator Bill Hagerty's piece of legislation. It's called Defending American Property Abroad Act. I join this quickly alongside Senators Barrasso, Budd, Kane, and Tuberville and Wicker. It would prohibit the Mexican government from profiting from its unlawful seizures of Vulcan property and port facility. No vessel that is used, a port, land, or infrastructure illegally seized from an American entity would be allowed entry into a U.S. port. And should the Mexican government attempt to violate the law, it would be met with crushing consequences. The U.S. can no longer stand by as its companies are terrorized by foreign governments. We will not sit back and watch as our own government allows our interest around the world in our own hemisphere to come under attack. And we will not be afraid of protecting our own citizens and their interest. This past November, the American people did not choose decline. We choose renewal. We must begin to reassert ourselves and make sure that no country, not Mexico, not anyone else, can get away with the seizures like the one that the Mexican government carried out against Vulcans. American interest, American families, American values, American securities must come first. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Madam President, I'd like to thank Senator Hagerty for coordinating this event, and Senator Kane and Senator Britt for standing up and supporting Vulcan Materials. You know, supporting American businesses abroad should be unifying position across political parties, and I thank our Democrat colleagues who have joined me in this effort for the past several months. Unfortunately, we've seen just how little this administration cares about protecting the American investment overseas. We could have corrected this problem. Specifically, I'm talking about the unlawful actions taken by the government of Mexico against Vulcan Materials Company, which is headquartered in Birmingham, Alabama. Vulcan is the nation's largest producer of construction inputs, including crushed stone, sand, and gravel. Vulcan is also a major producer of materials like asphalt and ready-mix concrete. The materials produced by Vulcan are used in nearly all forms of construction. This includes infrastructure repairs to a bridge, a road, or when a new office building is built, or a church that needs to be built. While headquartered in Alabama, Vulcan has 720 facilities and more than 12,000 employees in the United States of America. Its reach is international. Vulcan has operated a quarry in Mexico since the 80s. This quarry supplies materials to Alabama, Florida, Louisiana, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Texas. Vulcan has quarried limestone legally in Mexico on land that it owns and has paid for over 30 years. It has full ownership of the property in Mexico and owns the limestone reserves on the property, all paid for by Vulcan. Vulcan also operates a deep water port in Mexico, paid for by Vulcan. Vulcan operates that port because Vulcan built the port. Over the course of 30 years, Vulcan Materials has paid billions in taxes to the Mexican government. It has employed thousands of people over the years, providing them with health care and pensions, which is why I was shocked when 2 years ago the Mexican government swooped in and announced it would pursue legal action against Vulcan overnight. After all that Vulcan has done for the country of Mexico, the Mexican government swooped in to stop all their operations in just a few days. The Mexican government baseless claim was that the company is operating illegally in Mexico after 30 years. That statement is categorically false. Unfortunately, the government of Mexico followed through with its threat and legal action. Mexican government officials presented local Vulcan employees with orders to immediately cease operations on Vulcan's own land in Mexico. I believe this shutdown ordered by the Mexican government represents a baseless attack on U.S. companies and demonstrates a disregard for rule of law. It's why I joined Senator Hagerty in introducing the Defending American Property Abroad Act to impose retaliatory prohibitions that deter and punish any Western Hemisphere nation that unlawfully seizes American assets. Clearly, Mexico's new president, Claudia Sheinbaum, didn't get the message that this is unacceptable. Under her leadership, the Mexican government continues to pursue legal action against Vulcan. Vulcan has and continues to be subject to public harassment, intimidation, and tactics, and all kind of harassment from the Mexican government. The Mexican Navy sent troops to the entrance of the Vulcan facility for several days. The Mexican Navy flew Black Hawk helicopters and drones over Vulcan's property. The Mexican Navy sent patrol boats to Vulcan's harbor, and the Mexican government withheld the issuance of a routine customs permit for several months. These actions by the Mexican government are contrary to the most basic principles of international law and the free trade agreements that bind our two countries together. Most notably, it goes against the USMCA, United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement, that was signed into law by President Trump. However, the Mexican government's attack on Vulcan is bigger than just one company. First of all, it undermines the rule of law in Mexico. It ignores international law and free trade agreements. It weakens our bilateral relationship, and it will discourage future U.S. investment in Mexico. Over the last several years, we have all heard about the actions the Mexican government has attempted to take against U.S. energy companies in Mexico. This action against Vulcan is just an example of how far Mexico is willing to go. This will have a direct impact on the supply chain for major infrastructure projects in the United States and the entire world. We cannot allow this to stand. And I know President Trump is not going to allow this to stand. He will not tolerate countries abusing the good work of American countries. And as chief architect of the USMCA, President Trump won't allow any country in the Western Hemisphere to bully American businesses. It's a fight any country should think twice about and about starting. In the meantime, I urge the Biden administration to take appropriate action at the Office of the United States Trade Representative and through diplomatic channels to ensure Vulcan, a great American company, can maintain critical operations in Mexico. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Montana.
the man call back to the Murillo cloture motion be waived.
Is there an objection? Without objection. All post-cloture time has expired. Question is on the Cheeks nomination.
Get the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher. Thank you. Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Ferrono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lemus, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney. Thank you. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Cortez Masto, Reed, and Tester. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Cornyn, Crapo, Grassley, Hagerty, Hyde-Smith, Rounds, Schmidt, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. King, aye. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Need a Post-it note? Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Ernst, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Lankford, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Okay, Schumer, Thune, McConnell. And it sounds like they're Schumer, Thune, McConnell.
Those are the only people left?
Correct. So I already counted Schumer. So it'll be 49-47 when.
Got it.
Who's that?
Huh? Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye.
The ayes are 49, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. McConnell?
Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks prior to the next roll call vote.
Without objection.
It's not entirely clear yet how or when Congress will conclude its end-of-the-year business. But when the Senate does adjourn, I'll just about mark the end of my tenure as a Republican leader. I've made it this clear this year that our colleagues haven't seen the last of me. I still fully intend to keep frustrating my critics in the years ahead. But while I still command this particular podium, I thought I might make a few observations I've picked up along the way. Folks come to Washington to do one of two things: either to make a point or to make a difference. To make a point or to make a difference. It's usually not that hard to tell who's doing which, especially in situations like the one we're in right now. The people who are here to make a difference recognize pretty quickly you never get everything you want, but often you can get quite a lot. And the folks who prefer to make a point have a funny habit of reminding us out loud how poorly they understand that fact. I don't care to count how many times I've reminded our colleagues and our House counterparts how harmful it is to shut the government down, and how foolish it is to bet your own side won't take the blame for it. Recent history doesn't leave a whole lot of room for interpretation on that one. When you try to use normal government function as a bargaining chip, you pay a political price. That said, if I took it personally every time my advice went unheeded, I probably wouldn't have spent as long as I have in this particular job. Getting a legislative outcome in the Senate requires large majorities of people who don't share all the same views to actually work together toward outcomes where they do see eye to eye. We've had divided government here most of the time I've been in this job. Neither side has owned the place. You have a choice. Do nothing, or try to find things you can agree on and do them together. With the exception of just one short period of a few months, this place hasn't seen a filibuster-proof Senate in 50 years. Getting things done almost inevitably requires dealing with a lot of people who disagree with you on most things. And the interest of stable, enduring outcomes, it's actually a good thing. Anyone who comes to the Senate hoping for rigid, hardline conformity and prompt action barking up the wrong tree. I've heard folks who like making a point they'd rather serve with 30 colleagues who all agreed than a majority who didn't. So if you want to accomplish absolutely nothing, you can sign up with a group that'd rather serve with 30 people who all agreed than those who had differences. Everyone I know who's interested in making a difference understands pretty quickly that it requires that kind of interaction in order to achieve something. Leading means letting folks take a walk when they need to, and rallying together when we need to. I've been so grateful over the years to lead majorities that embrace these necessary rhythms. I'm gratified by the trust they placed in me repeatedly to determine what that moment requires. And I'm so proud of the outcomes we've achieved for our country. I'm looking forward to spending the next Congress as a member of another majority in a set of capable hands, rooting hard for my friend John Thune and the leadership team our conference has assembled around him. There'll be no shortage of important work to do, and I'll stand ready to do my part. Back in 2007, my first day in this job, I told our colleagues, quote, "The Senate has no claim on greatness unless its power is put to great ends." And I stated my view that the first duty of government is the defense and protection of its citizens. The Senate is great. So is the nation that it represents. But today our nation faces one great challenge from forces betting on our decline. And so that first duty of government is the task to which I'll devote my efforts in the coming years. Our prosperity and security depend on an order forged by American leadership and American strength, both of which require our urgent attention. The arsenal of democracy must be restored. Peace through strength must once again actually mean something other than just a slogan. And I'm going to do everything in my power to help continue this to be the greatest country in the world. No one can do what we do internationally. And that's where I'm going to put my focus for the next 2 years. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Yes, but I'm going to wait.
Chair recognizes the Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I just listened to my friend, Leader McConnell. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. President, I just listened to my friend, Leader McConnell, deliver what may be his final remarks on the Senate floor as Republican leader. Today, I want to wish him and his family my very best as he prepares to serve in this chamber in a different role next year. Everyone knows Leader McConnell and I had plenty of disagreements over the years on matters of policy and politics. But when the time was right, we found ways to work together to get very important things done for this country. Today, I'd like to acknowledge and thank him for those moments. We worked together, for example, to pass the National Security Supplemental, to stand with our friends in Ukraine, hold the line against Vladimir Putin, and safeguard America's national security interests around the world. I appreciate his commitment to these principles, no matter who occupies the Oval Office. We also worked together in the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic to get the CARES Act done. And in the aftermath of the Capitol attack on January 6th, Leader McConnell worked with me and the other leaders to bring the Senate back into session so we could finish the job of certifying the 2020 election. These are just a few of the examples showing how two very different leaders found common ground to move things forward. In each instance, Leader McConnell's actions benefited our country. So I thank him for those moments. I wish him, his wife Elaine, and his entire family our best wishes, and I know all of my colleagues on our side of the aisle join me in those best wishes and respect. I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 850, Serena Raquel Murillo of California, to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California, signed by 18 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Serena Raquel Murillo of California to be U.S. District Court Judge for the Central District of California shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are ordered mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mrs. Brett. Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall. Did you guys? Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative, Harper, Coons, Cortez Masto, Durbin, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, King, Merkley, Murray, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Schumer, Smith, Stabenow, Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Braun, Budd, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Ernst, Graham, Hawley, Hoeven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lummis, Marshall, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker, Young. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Ms. Collins, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Can I? Mr. Lujan, aye. I got. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal. Aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye.
The yeas are 49, the nays are 47, and the motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary. Serena Raquel Murillo of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District.
Ready?
Madam President.
The senior senator from Wisconsin.
Junior.
Oh, junior.
Madam President.
Thanks for the correction.
As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 1318, the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 1318, an act to authorize the location of a monument on the National Mall to commemorate and honor the women's suffrage movement and the passage of the 19th Amendment to the Constitution and for other purposes.
I ask unanimous consent.
Is there objection to the measure? Is there objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill.
If there is no further debate, the question is on passage of the bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill is passed.
I ask unanimous consent that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I rise today to speak to the Women's Suffrage National Monument Location Act to designate the Women's Suffrage National Monument be built on the National Mall. I was proud to introduce this bill with Senator Blackburn, as she and I represent both the first and the final states to ratify the 19th Amendment and grant women the right to vote across the nation. The National Mall honors some of the most important features of our shared American story. Conspicuously absent from this portrayal of our nation's history, however, is the story of women's suffrage. In fact, the National Mall receives over 24 million visitors annually, and despite there being 40 commemorative works on the National Mall, none of those are dedicated to women. We have introduced this legislation to correct this glaring omission on the National Mall. Women's suffrage was only made possible through the fight of multiple generations of activists of all backgrounds who joined together with the steadfast belief that our country must live up to its highest democratic ideals. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Lucretia Mott organized the first women's rights convention in Seneca Falls in 1848, where they declared that all men and women are created equal. Sojourner Truth gave her famous "Ain't I a Woman" speech in 1851, where she challenged the women's suffrage movement to include black women. Susan B. Anthony was arrested in 1872 for violating the law and daring to cast her vote at the ballot box, and went on to help found the National American Women's Suffrage Association in 1890. Carrie Chapman Catt, born in Ripon, Wisconsin, took up the helm of that organization after Anthony and traveled around the country organizing for the ratification of the 19th Amendment. Inez Milholland led on horseback more than 8,000 marchers in the 1913 women's suffrage procession down Pennsylvania Avenue in Washington, D.C. Ida B. Wells and Mary Church Terrell demanded that the movement include women of color by refusing to march at the back of that very demonstration. Alice Paul and Lucy Burns led acts of peaceful civil disobedience, including silent sentinels who picketed at the White House continuously from 1917 to 1919. There are countless other women who fought and continue to fight for true equality for women in this country. without the story of how women fought to secure our rightful participation in our democracy, our National Mall is incomplete. This monument is just as much about honoring our past as it is about inspiring our future. Every young girl, every child, every adult who travels to our nation's capital should see themselves reflected there. They should know that they belong in the halls of government and their stories belong in our nation's history, and that they belong on the National Mall. And with that, I would yield to the senior senator from Tennessee, Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Madam President. And I thank my colleague for her wonderful work on this issue. And since 2020, we have worked to recognize that 100-year celebration of women achieving the right to vote and to tell these stories. As she said, her state was the first. Tennessee was the 36th state. And our colleagues who have read about the War of the Roses and that summer of 1920, when suffragists descended on the Capitol in Nashville, and those that were for suffrage wore a yellow rose. Those that were antis, as they were called, wore a red rose. And Carrie Chapman Catt and Ann Dallas Dudley and Ida B. Wells led this fight. And what a fight it was. And finally, they pushed forward with the 36th state granting ratification. So the histories in our states are rich on this issue. And we want all Americans to appreciate the work that went into women gaining that right to vote. Now, my colleague mentioned that there were 40 monuments, memorials, statues, and historic sites on the mall. Not a single one of these 40 are specific to women. 22 are dedicated to individual men. 10 to military history and veterans. 3 to foreign relations. 2 to private organizations. 1 to U.S. postal history, and 1 to the history of the U.S. canals, and 1 to the history of horses. Now, all of these have found their way onto the mall, and what we have done is to work with the Park Service, find a place that would be perfect. The mall's Constitution Gardens. It's a 50-acre space dedicated during our nation's bicentennial as a living memorial to the founding of the Republic. And in this garden, it is appropriate that we recognize the work of women to help preserve the freedoms and the liberties that we have here in this nation. So I thank my colleagues for passing this legislation. The House passed it unanimously last year. So it is appropriate that as we finish and complete this 118th Congress, that we set aside time and that we pass this legislation to recognize the work, the powerful work of women who gave so much of their life to support freedom, liberty, and voting rights. Thank you, Madam President.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Wyoming.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as if in legislative session, and may I ask the quorum call be vitiated?
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 6395 and the Senate proceed to an en bloc consideration of the following bills. Calendar 596, which is S3195, and H.R. 6395.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed to the measures en bloc.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I now ask unanimous consent that the committee-reported substitute amendment, where applicable, be agreed to, the bills be amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table all in block.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The senator from Colorado.
are we in a quorum call?
We are.
I ask it be suspended.
Without objection, the quorum call will be vitiated.
As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Energy and Natural Resources be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 2997 and the Senate proceed to the en bloc consideration of the following bills. Calendar number 581, S 1553, and H.R. 2997.
Is there objection to proceeding to the measures en bloc? Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed en bloc.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment, where applicable, be agreed to. The bills as amended, if amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all en bloc.
Without objection.
Madam President, Mesa County, Colorado, out in the far west part of the state, is bursting with opportunities for economic development. The Convey Act, which I'm calling to the Senate to pass today, will help make sure there's sufficient space to continue that growth. This bill will direct the transfer of federal land near Clifton, Colorado, to the local Mesa County government to support their domestic economic development. Specifically, the bill accelerates the sale of 31 acres of land near Interstate 70 in Clifton, Colorado. It's a parcel of land that was previously set aside for the Bureau of Reclamation's Grand Valley Reclamation Project, but Reclamation has indicated its intent to relinquish the 31 acres considered in the sale. The county will pay fair market value for those 31 acres of federal land. The federal government has already determined that it no longer needs this land, and Mesa County has plans for ways to put it to work. This is a win-win for the federal government and for Mesa County, for Colorado, and our country. By passing the Convey Act today, we'll finally push this land transfer over the finish line. Madam President, I thank you, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Wyoming.
Madam President, I'd just like to say a few words, if I may, about the Senate passing S 1553. In Wyoming, we refer to it as the Ranch Act, and that stands for Resiliency for Ranching and Natural Conservation Health. This is an important piece of legislation for my home state of Wyoming and for all Western states. Livestock grazing plays a critical role in my state of Wyoming and a lot of the Rocky Mountain West. It's important to maintain rangeland health, and this is what this bill does. This also supports ranchers' livelihoods. Natural disasters, emergencies occur. It can have a huge impact on so many of our rural communities. In fact, this past summer we had significant wildfires, and this is just one example of how bad it can get and how quickly. So when ranchers face the loss of the use of their normal public land allotments for grazing, they do need access to emergency pastures in a timely manner for their animals to continue to graze. So the Ranch Act allows for temporary use of vacant grazing allotments during extreme events and disasters, which regrettably happen more frequently than we would like. This bill promotes resilient and healthy rangelands. It also supports effective grazing management for the West. The Ranch Act is going to provide land management agencies the authorities that they need to help ranchers and rural communities facing emergency situations. So I'm so pleased it has passed the Senate today by unanimous consent. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Louisiana.
Madam President.
We're in a quorum call.
Madam President, I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, as we know, our colleagues in the House of Representatives are at the moment trying to pass a continuing resolution to keep government open. As you also know, government is supposed to shut down if the House and the Senate don't act tonight, I think at midnight. Part of the efforts of our colleagues in the House would be, of course, not only to keep government open, but to extend the National Flood Insurance Program, which is also scheduled to expire, I think, tonight at midnight. The National Flood Insurance Program, as I think most people know, is hardly perfect, but it's important. It's almost impossible to buy flood insurance in the private sector. Many people, unfortunately, when they buy homeowners insurance, think that their homeowners insurance covers them for flood. It does not. Many Americans, unfortunately, found that out, for example, with the horrible flooding in Appalachia. Virtually all of our friends and neighbors in the Appalachia area and in South Carolina and Kentucky and in Florida who were victims of Hurricane Helene did not have flood insurance. I think many of them had homeowners, but they're not covered for flood. The private sector, I don't want to overstate this, but for the most part, it's almost impossible to get flood insurance in the private sector. That's why we have a National Flood Insurance Program. The National Flood Insurance Program is not exactly a model of efficiency. Under President Biden, it's been screwed up even more. FEMA, which is in charge of our flood insurance program, implemented something called Risk Rating 2.0. It's been a disaster. It's a mess. It looks like something that my beagle used to hide under my back porch. But it's better than nothing. It's better than nothing. We're going to have a new chair of our banking committee in the Senate, as you know, Madam President, and Senator Tim Scott. And Senator Scott has asked Senator Mike Rounds and I to work on trying to start over with our National Flood Insurance Program, maybe even extend it to some other hazards. But Tim has asked Mike and I to try to design a brand new program that looks like somebody designed it on purpose. And we're going to get started on that. Indeed, we already have started. But in the meantime, the current program, as bad as it is, expires tonight at midnight. And what would be, and we want to continue, what would be the result of that? It would mean that as of 12:01 tonight, the flood insurance program can no longer write new policies. Now, I don't want to scare people. If you already have flood insurance through what we call the NFIP, which is just an acronym for the national program, your policy won't expire. If it's not at its termination date, you'll continue to have flood coverage, but you can't buy a new policy. That will have a huge impact on the real estate market in America. Many institutions will not loan money to a new homeowner or a homeowner who's trying to buy a home if they can't get flood insurance because the mortgage companies just don't want to take that risk. We've already seen, for a variety of reasons, the extraordinary increase in the price of a home in America. I was reading the other day that the 10, 15, 20 years ago, the average age of the first-time home buyer in America was 28. Today it's 38. Why are people having to wait so much longer to buy a home? It's not because they don't want to buy a home. It's because they need time to save up the money for a home. But my point is that the price of homes, for a variety of reasons, in part because of inflation, the price of a home has just risen dramatically. And I don't think any of us want to do anything to make the price of a home go up even further. I want to say a word about Louisiana. We have about 5 million people who have flood insurance in our flood insurance program. About 10% of those are in Louisiana. Those who have flood insurance in Louisiana are, for the most part, I'm trying to think of a stronger way of saying it, the vast majority of the people in Louisiana who have flood insurance are working men and working women. Our coast, for example, is a working coast. Some people like to paint the picture of the National Flood Insurance Program serving multi-millionaires with multi-million-dollar homes on the coast. That's not Louisiana, I can assure you. My people are working people. We don't even have a coast like some states that have those type of homes. If you travel to Grand Isle or Port Fourchon in my state, you would see that. These are middle-class Americans that depend on the National Flood Insurance Program. I've worked very hard, many of us have, to try to improve the National Flood Insurance Program through the years. I've been working on it since the first day I came to the United States Senate. Frankly, I didn't get a lot of cooperation from the leadership of the Banking Committee, which has jurisdiction over the National Flood Insurance Program. I don't want to make a promise I can't keep, but our Banking Committee is going to be under new leadership, as I just said, and Senator Scott, our new chairman, has directed Senator Rounds and I to try to come up with a program that's a vast improvement over what we have. So I'll sum up by saying what I'm going to propose to do here in a moment is to extend the status quo until September 30th. It will extend the National Flood Insurance Program that we have right now, imperfect as it may be, ugly as it may be, and it is. It really does look like something my beagle used to hide under the back porch. The American people deserve better, but it's better than nothing, and without it, it will have a huge impact on the real estate market. So my bill would extend the program, no changes, until September 30th, 2025. Hopefully by then, we'll have a new bill to present to you, Madam President, and my colleagues. And it will contain a national flood insurance program that is much better than what we have right now. So, as if in legislative session, Madam President, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S4772. That's the bill I just talked about. And the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. And I further ask, Madam President, that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, once again we are asked to extend the flood program without any reforms to protect the taxpayers. Like many federal programs, the flood program is well-intentioned, but it may very well be the best real-life example of a moral hazard. The program covers about 5 million policyholders and provides over $1 trillion in coverage. We are told that the program is funded through insurance premiums, but charging below the market price on insurance and capping how much these rates can rise inevitably has led to shortfalls. They're out of money. They're always out of money. A 2014 report by the Government Accountability Office found that the flood program collected as much as $17 billion fewer in premiums than the market would have demanded. So when the program inevitably found itself in need of money, it, in theory, borrowed from the taxpayers. Not that the taxpayers had any choice in the matter. As they often are, we're on the hook regardless of whether we wanted to be or not. Just a few years ago, the flood program owed over $30 billion to the taxpayers. Congress later just canceled that debt. Poof, it's gone, it disappeared. But the flood program has not made any further repayments to the taxpayers and today still owes over $20 billion in debt. So the taxpayers are expected to cough up money whenever the program needs it, but the program doesn't seem to be in a hurry to pay the taxpayers back. But perhaps the greatest insult to the taxpayers is the lack of true limits on this delinquent program. There are no limits on how many claims can be filed or how much money can be received by a policyholder filing multiple claims. Rather than encourage people to leave flood-prone areas, it encourages people to stay and rebuild where it continues to flood. Thousands of instances, the program encourages people to rebuild and rebuild and rebuild again. According to the Pew Charitable Trust, over 150,000 properties have been rebuilt over and over again. They say the definition of insanity is doing things over and over again and never understanding you're doing the wrong thing. In fact, 25 to 30% of flood program claims are made by policyholders whose properties flood time and time again. Over 2,000 properties have flooded more than 10 times. We bail them out every time. One home in Bachelor, Louisiana flooded 40 times and received a total of $428,000 in flood insurance payments. Doesn't seem like we're learning our lesson. Doesn't seem like that's encouraging good building behavior. It's encouraging the opposite. And if you can believe it, that isn't even the most times a house has been paid for. In Virginia, one home flooded 41 times and received more than $600,000 in payments. It is argued, no matter how much a home is worth, that the federal government will only cover the first $350,000 in flood insurance coverage, $250,000 for the structure, another $100,000 for the contents. That is true, but the $350,000 limit is only applied per event. That's how you wind up with a home that floods 40 times and gets paid over $400,000. What if the home that flooded 40 times was paid 350,000 times? What if it's a $10 million home and it has $300,000 worth of damage 40 times? That would mean the policyholder would receive $14 million from the government program. It was also mentioned during previous debates that there really isn't a private flood insurance market. Well, there is a private insurance market that will cover beyond $350,000. Rich people use the government to insure their beach house up to $350,000, and then they buy private insurance on top of that. So there is a market and would be a market at whatever number we set. The government flood program is a disaster for many reasons, but chief among them is that it crowds out the private market for the first $350,000 in losses. That's why the private flood insurance market is so small. $350,000 in coverage per event may be enough for most people, but instead of allowing private markets to work, the government has put the primary responsibility on flood losses on taxpayers. Can you imagine having to withstand the ordeal of your home flooding 10, 20, or 40 times? Well, the taxpayers do not have to imagine paying to rebuild the same home time and time again, because that's the reality of the current program. Adding insult to injury, the Congressional Budget Office found that the flood program tends to benefit the wealthy, and that 23% of the subsidized coastal properties were not even the policy's primary residents. So 1 out of 5 homes that the taxpayer, people who don't live on the Gulf Shore, to people who don't live on the Atlantic coast, people who don't live on the Pacific Ocean, people who live in Middle America, are insuring the second homes of rich people. 1 in 5 of the homes being insured are rich people. Ordinary taxpayers in Kansas or Kentucky are asked to pay for the insurance for the second home of rich people. How in the world would that make any sense? Government forces the taxpayers to pay and rebuild the elite summer homes of the rich. It's estimated that the national average replacement cost of homes in government flood insurance programs, that these homes are valued at over $400,000. So the average home by this government program that's supposed to help the poor, the average home that we're insuring, the government is insuring, is worth over $400,000. And it's people's second house. How in the world is that something we should keep borrowing billions and billions of dollars to insure rich people's homes? In fact, sometimes it seems the flood program caters directly to the wealthy. Nearly 80% of the flood program's policies are located in counties that rank within the top 20% of income. Enough is enough. It's an insult to rob the taxpayers to give to the wealthy. This is why I offer an amendment that would require the flood program to only cover your primary residence. So if this is your only house, and for some misbegotten reason you have to keep building it in a flood zone, you would be eligible. If it's your beach house, you're not eligible. If it's your second house, you wouldn't be eligible. We also might put a cap on it. We might say that, well, if you have more than a $500,000 house, you got to buy your own insurance. The government doesn't pay for that. These are reasonable amendments, reasonable reforms, reasonable changes that have been offered for years. They never get done because people come with the song and dance of people needing help, and we must help people. But nobody ever says, are some of these people who should be helping themselves? And that's why it's always bankrupt. So what I would recommend is that my amendment be added to this bill. We can reauthorize the program, we can refund it, but we would now limit who it goes to. The money would not go to homes over $500,000. It would have to be your primary home, not your second home. To me, that's a modest proposal. Won't fix the whole thing, but it's very, very reasonable. So I will offer that today. If the senator from Louisiana wants to pass this tonight, we can pass it tonight. All he has to do is agree to my amendment. No one's here to object. It's a unanimous consent arrangement. He can agree right now. We will pass it. The program will from now on exclude people with homes over $500,000 and to exclude people where it's their second beach house. How reasonable is that? He can do it tonight. So therefore, I ask the senator to modify his request so that the Paul amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Madam President. Does the senator so modify his request?
Reserving the right to object. Madam President, to the request by my colleague from Kentucky to modify, reserving the right to do that. Madam President, I wanted to make a couple of points. First, the flood insurance program the majority of the homes covered under the flood insurance program are not second homes. And it's not a giveaway for millionaires. If you just come spend some time in Louisiana, and in other states that aren't even on the coast, you'll see that these are working people, working men and working women. Point two, the most that you can receive, the most coverage that you can buy under the National Flood Insurance Program is $250,000. That's it. And that's for structural damage. You can buy an extra $100,000 for contents. Point three, everybody in America is not rich who owns a home. The median cost of a home in America today is $406,000. That means that half of homes cost less, but half cost way more. That's the result of a lot of factors, including but not limited to inflation. As I said earlier, it's one of the reasons that the average first-time home buyer in America today is no longer 28, it's 38. It just costs a lot to buy a home today. So when someone talks about a $500,000 home and somebody being rich who owns a $500,000 home, I don't think that accurately reflects reality. I just don't. Number two, the idea to extend this only to a primary residence. I know a lot of hardworking women and men who work a day job and have also saved their money and bought rental homes that they rent out, try to build equity in to give them something to live on during retirement. These are not wealthy people. These are working women and working men, and I don't know, they're not millionaires living on the coast. That's just a jaundiced view of the flood insurance program, at least in Louisiana. And I don't know why we would deny those people the right to buy 2 or 3 little rental homes to rent out and build equity in for their retirement. They're not going to be able to borrow the money to buy those homes if they can't get flood insurance. No institution will loan it to them. Finally, the point I would make, and I say this with all due respect, I've just spent 4 years listening to some of my colleagues talking about the big, bad, nasty, rich people in America. You know, when I came up, success, financial success and otherwise, and certainly there are ways to define success other than finances, but one of the ways in America we do assign success is financially. And I was raised in America to admire people who worked hard and saved their money and invested their money and became successful financially. I regret that we've reached the point in America, and I hope it ends under the new administration, where we just constantly go around denigrating success in America, including but not limited to financial and otherwise. And for that reason, Madam President, with respect, I decline the request to modify.
Objection to the modification is heard. Is there objection to the original request?
Madam President.
The junior senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, let the record show that what I have offered is a way to limit government insurance to regular people of modest income, but to say rich people with beach houses shouldn't have government-sized subsidized insurance. The program costs billions of dollars. It's 30, 40, 50 billion dollars in the hole, any way you want to measure it. Something's got to be done. What would the reforms be? What would the most obvious reform be for a flood program that's billions of dollars in the hole? Why don't we tell rich people, buy your own insurance? Does that mean I don't like rich people? No. Probably nobody in this body more appreciates success and people who work hard and make a good living. Nothing against that. Other than that, we shouldn't give them free stuff. I mean, I'm all for them. You got a yacht? Invite me over. But I'm not for like buying insurance for your yacht with taxpayer money. Doesn't mean I don't appreciate that you're wealthy and you've got a yacht. I will ride on your yacht. I'll come to your party. But I'm not going to buy your insurance with the taxpayer money who is billions of dollars in the hole with this just one program. The whole government's $2 trillion in the hole. So let the record reflect that I offered to amend this program, let it go on, and we would exclude only the homes of people who have homes, second homes, over $500,000, and that was rejected. So I have another offer. This will be the second amendment, and this offer will be if $500,000 for your second home means you're still poor and you need help from the government, what about if your second home costs $2 million or more? Should we buy your insurance? Should the government subsidize your insurance? So I brought along a couple of pictures. And these are pictures of some people you might have heard of their homes. This is President Biden's home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware. It's worth $2,700,000, and yes, it's eligible for government insurance. Does anybody think we should be buying insurance for President Biden's home? Let's see what else we have. Oh, Nicolas Cage. Boy, that's a nice house. $4.2 million in New Orleans, also eligible for government insurance. Look, I love Nicolas Cage. I'd go to parties at his house too. I love his movies. I'd pay $20 to go to the movie. Actually, I don't want to pay $20. I would pay to go to see his movies. But I don't think we should buy insurance for his home. If he can get a $4.2 million home, I'll bet you he could buy his own insurance. Let's see who else is eligible for government insurance. Oh, Matt Damon. He's had a lot of good movies. Man, he must be doing great. His place costs $20 million, and it's eligible for government insurance too. You think Matt Damon would be embarrassed to find out that the government's subsidizing his first $250,000? Shouldn't we all be embarrassed? Program's $16 billion in the hole, and we want to renew a program without any reforms. Just keep doing it. It keeps losing money. Just keep doing the same thing. Maybe Matt Damon could buy his own insurance. Who else has a house that'd be eligible for insurance? Oh, Phil Collins. He made some good music. He must have made some great music. His home's worth $40 million in Biscayne Bay, Florida. Also eligible for government insurance. So, I can't imagine how we couldn't come to a compromise. So if ordinary people have second homes that are $500,000 beach homes, if we just went up to $2 million, then we're only going to be clipping Phil Collins and Nicolas Cage and a few others. We have anybody else? Let's see who else we have. Oh, now Cher. She's been doing well for a long time. She has a $42 million place in Miami Beach, also eligible for government insurance. We could go on, but the thing is, doesn't mean we don't like rich people or appreciate their success. I'm all for it. I'm just not for giving them free stuff. Why would we give them subsidized insurance? So what I will offer now is a second amendment, and this one might be easier to accept, and realize that this could be accepted right now. This entire program could be reauthorized with these amendments tonight if the senator from Louisiana will accept this amendment. This amendment would say that if your house is worth more than $2 million and it's your second home, that it wouldn't be eligible for government insurance. That'd be pretty easy. It still would have significant savings because there's quite a few homes out there. And do you think they'd figure out a place to buy insurance? Sure they would. A market would develop immediately. So therefore, I asked the senator to modify his request so that the Paul amendment at the desk, the second Paul amendment, be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Madam President.
Does the senator so modify his request?
Madam President, reserving the right to respectfully respond to my colleague's request for a modification. Let me just say, I love Cher. I mean, I just remember Sonny and Cher when they were both on TV. Sonny was a congressman for a while, but I think Cher is what cool looks like. I don't agree with much of her politics, but Cher is equal in her coolness only by Nick Cage. I love Nick Cage. I just saw a movie that he did not long ago. I can't remember the name of it, but he was typically in his movies he plays these deeply weird characters, you know, and he was a truffles hunter, and he had a pig, a special pig that would hunt for truffles, and the bad guys hurt his pig. Well, Nick hurt them. I think he ended up killing them, but before he killed them, he hurt them the entire time they were dying. I mean, it was a great movie. I love Nicolas Cage, and I appreciate Rand reminding me of it. I might go home tonight and watch a Nick Cage movie. But let me get out of La La Land and go back to reality. Number one, I know my friend didn't mean to give you this impression, but nobody gives you flood insurance. Let me say that again. Nobody gives you flood insurance. You have to buy it. So this idea that the government is somehow giving Cher and Nick Cage and President Biden, and I don't know, who else did you mention? Michael Avenatti, I don't know, whoever else he mentioned, they don't get free insurance from the government. They have to buy it. That's point one. Number two, the price of flood insurance under Risk Rating 2.0. Boy, anybody who's bought flood insurance lately is going to see how high the prices have gone. There was a time when the program was subsidized, but it's not being subsidized anymore. In fact, a lot of people have had to drop their flood insurance because they just can't afford it anymore. It's just way too expensive. I guess point three, Madam President, that I would make, 99.9999% of the people who buy flood insurance in America, we're not talking about Phil Collins here. We're not talking about Cher. We're not talking about Nick Cage. We're talking about working men and working women. And this idea that we're going to cap the price of a home, I know places in America today where a $2 million home gets you virtually nothing. Go check out California. Go check out Manhattan. I mean, the housing inflation has just been dramatic. If it hadn't have been, I might consider what Rand is proposing. But the truth is, and I would like the record to reflect this, what Senator Paul is proposing to do is that we gut a program that doesn't give anything to anybody. You have to buy the insurance that is not available for most people in the private sector, without which they can't buy a home because their lender won't loan them the money. And if you let this program expire, you're not going to only hurt working women and working men who are trying to buy a home. You're going to destroy the real estate market as well. And finally, I'll say it again, I really hope we come to a time when we don't spend our time on the Senate floor denigrating success in America, trying to say if you're rich, you're bad. You must have gotten rich because you stole the money or oppressed somebody. That's not in America. I want to live in. So for that reason, Madam President, respectfully, I object to the modification, even though I still do believe that Cher and Nick Cage are what cool looks like.
Objection to the modification is heard. Is there objection to the original request?
Madam President,
The junior senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object, the argument is made that this is not a gift and this is not subsidized insurance. Well, if it weren't subsidized insurance and it were the market price for insurance, it wouldn't lose $16 billion a year. By definition, if you lose $16 billion a year, you're not charging enough in premiums. So you have subsidized premiums. This is a subsidized government insurance program that even with the subsidized premiums, it's woefully inadequate. It's accumulating tens of billions of dollars of debt. It's currently $20 billion in the hole. We got a problem here. So I haven't really heard how we're going to fix this. And one obvious, easy way would be people who can afford to it should maybe pay the full price for their insurance and not a subsidized price. So I object.
Objection is heard. The junior senator from Delaware.
Madam President, it was, I believe, then President Reagan who famously asked, "Are you better off than you were 4 years ago?" And I rise to take a moment here at the end of the 118th Congress, at the end of the presidency of Joe Biden, to say, you bet, you're better off today than you were 4 years ago. I wanted to take just a few moments and reflect on the service, the career, the values, and the consequence of Joe Biden's service on behalf of Delaware in this chamber for 36 years, as our vice president for 8, and as our president for the last 4. I had the honor of having Joe Biden's desk here on the floor of the Senate. And in my office in Russell, I have what was his desk as a senator for 36 years and as a vice president for 8. As a son of both Scranton, Pennsylvania and Claymont, Delaware, in many ways, he was a role model to me and many others in Delaware and a source of inspiration to get involved in public service in the first place. If you think for a moment about where we were this time 4 years ago, there were 3 different profound challenges the United States was facing, all really because of the pandemic. A pandemic that had been badly mishandled and had spiraled out of control was still killing 3,000 Americans a day in December of 2024. Violent crime had skyrocketed. Healthcare coverage was declining. Jobs had been lost in the rates of millions, and the United States was divided from some of its closest, oldest, and most trusted allies. Across those different indicators, just briefly, the numbers tell a striking story. We have one of the lowest violent crime rates in 50 years today. The COVID-19 pandemic is mostly a thing of the past, a public health concern that still needs monitoring, but that is not at any risk of killing another million Americans. Healthcare coverage has improved dramatically. The number of uninsured Americans is today at an all-time low. And while the former president left office with the worst jobs record since Herbert Hoover, the private sector under Joe Biden's leadership helped create 15 million jobs, an all-time record. Joe Biden is someone who was a committed public servant who put country above self. Someone who has been one of the most consequential presidents in our history and the most consequential of my lifetime, who came to this body from a blue-collar background focused on the middle class, on unions, on what we could do to strengthen our country from the middle out and the bottom up, and took that vision to the presidency. He worked tirelessly to restore our leadership around the world and to reweave together the bonds between the United States and a then fractured coalition of alliances and partnerships around the world, and to strengthen our economy as it recovered from the devastation of the pandemic. He never gave up on the promise of our democracy, our nation, and this institution in particular. And the record of the bipartisan legislation that got passed under his leadership I think is striking and will stand the test of time. Whether it was bringing back advanced manufacturing through the CHIPS and Science Act, investing a generational investment in rebuilding infrastructure all over our country of all different kinds and levels, investing in protecting our veterans from the harm of burn pits and doing right by our veterans, making right on that sacred obligation, combating gun violence, investing in community mental health, all of these were landmark bipartisan pieces of legislation. He also struck out in a direction that made a lifetime of difference in reducing prescription drug prices and in investing in a cleaner economy through the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a moment when he abandoned bipartisanship in the interest of making a lasting difference for all Americans. If you look briefly at what he did beyond our shores, the crisis of Russia's brutal, broad-spectrum invasion of Ukraine catalyzed not just the revitalization, but the expansion of NATO, moved us from a point where only 4 of our NATO allies had met their spending targets to today 24. He led a global coalition in defense of Ukraine. He stood strong for our ally Israel after the heinous attacks of October 7th and ongoing attacks from Iran. And in the Indo-Pacific, he's done more to create a new security situation than even I could have imagined. The Quad in the Indo-Pacific, the reconciliation of Korea and Japan, and the innovative AUKUS partnership that will deliver nuclear propulsion technology to the Australian submarine fleet and deliver new deterrence. One of my favorite things he's done was celebrated in his most recent trip to Angola, the investment in infrastructure in the Global South in a way that has higher transparency, better labor standards, better environmental standards, is more sustainable than our competitors, the Chinese, and their investment throughout the world. I've had the chance to visit both the Philippines and Angola to see our president's lasting work in investing in infrastructure across all of these, strengthening our alliances, investing in our values and our partnerships, finding ways to stand up to aggression. It is my hope that we will find in this chamber bipartisan support to continue. What I will miss most about Joe Biden's leadership is that he is someone who lived a quintessentially American story. He never forgot the middle-class roots that gave him the strength to live what was a hard life, knocked down by grief, devastating grief, twice in his life. He got back up. Someone who believed deeply in the dignity of work. The son of a hardworking car salesman, someone who understood the importance of not just a paycheck, but having a purpose, and the importance of respecting work and its role in creating and strengthening the middle class. Last, President Biden has been someone who knew and believed in this institution. I worked with then leaders McConnell and Reid, Senator Leahy and Senator Grassley, when Joe Biden was leaving his last moment as the president of the Senate, as vice president, to pull together a recollections of our Vice President Day. And dozens of senators came to this floor and told their favorite Joe Biden stories. There are stories full of compassion, full of humor, full of dedication, and full of service. That is the man I hope we will remember and recognize as he comes to the conclusion of his service as president close to a month from today. That is the man who I will continue to honor and to respect as I continue in my service on behalf of our shared state of Delaware going forward. Thank you, Madam President. With that, I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senior senator from Oklahoma.
Thank you. Several years ago, it was a December like this. There were big bills that were coming through the House and the Senate, one of them being the National Defense Authorization, which passes every single year for the last 6 decades. Stuck in that multi-page bill was a little piece on beneficial ownership. Now, most everybody just didn't even notice what it would be. But in the past couple of years, the Biden administration has released the rules for beneficial ownership and what will be required to be able to deal with quote-unquote opportunities for fraud. What it has become is a way to be able to get from every single small business in America, and I do need to emphasize these are all small business, in fact, the smallest of the small businesses, every LLC, every business owner in America, a list of them of this, their name, their date of birth, their address, and an ID number, that's simple, but then also a listing of all the senior officers of the company, someone who has authority over the appointment or removal of a senior officer, and this little jewel, someone who substantially influences important decisions in your company. Every business owner in America is required by January the 1st, in just a couple of weeks, to turn in that document for every single business that they own. Now, for many folks in real estate or in construction or in many other businesses, they actually start a company and raise it up for that company. And so they may not own one company or have one LLC. They may have 20 or 30. And they've got to go through the paperwork for every single one of those and to be able to turn it in, including answering the question, who influences your important decisions on your company? No one even knows what that means. Well, you may say, well, it's no big deal if they don't turn it in. Oh, no, it is. Because under the rule that's been put out, if they don't turn this form in, it is a $10,000 fine for each company that they don't turn in, or 2 years in jail if they don't submit it. Let that soak in. Every small business owner in America has to turn in who influences their decisions, or they could go to jail for 2 years. Now listen, all of us around this room would say, that's too much. Why is the federal government asking that of every pet owner, of every hair shop, of every builder, of every subcontractor? Why are we asking them who substantially influences them, and what authority do we have and have to do that? Well, it's a good question, actually. Because a federal judge just a couple of weeks ago stepped in and did a preliminary injunction, just temporarily, stepped in. This, by the way, was a federal judge that was appointed by President Obama. They stepped in and put a halt on this rule. And they said this rule is, their term, quasi-Orwellian and likely unconstitutional. Now, this was an Obama judge stepping into this. They put a pause on it. But the problem is, the pause is completely dependent on the judge at this point. They could unpause at any moment. So the simple thing that I've asked for throughout this entire year is let's get rid of this rule. This rule should not be there at all. Congress has no right to go to every business owner and hand them a stack of forms and say, fill these out and tell us who helps you make decisions in your company. What in the world? So we have no right to be able to do that. So I've asked all year long, we need to get rid of it entirely. I've not been successful getting that, so we've asked a simple thing. Let's take it out for 1 year. Let's just delay it. Let's get more time to be able to talk about this. This is a big issue that Congress is laying down on them. Now, I have to tell you, I've not been successful getting that either. But you know who has been? The House of Representatives. The House of Representatives passed a 1-year delay on this rule. Wait for it. 420 to 1. 420 to 1. The House said, yeah, this is a massive overreach. Let's pause this for a year at least until we figure out what this actually means. What does this mean for small business owners across the country? They could, in the very earliest time of next year, under a new administration, any single small business in the country could face a $10,000 fine or 2 years in prison if they haven't turned this in. But they've all turned it in already, right? It was due January the 1st. Actually, FinCEN has given us the latest numbers of who has turned it in. Let me just give you a few states as an example and the percentage. In New York State, 80% of the small businesses haven't turned this form in yet. 80%. In my state in Oklahoma, 77% of the small businesses have not turned this form in. In Rhode Island, 72% of the small businesses have not turned this form in. In West Virginia, 80% of the businesses have not turned this form in. In Wisconsin, 74% of the businesses have not turned this form in. That means they could all face, all those businesses could all face a $10,000 fine or 2 years in jail because they haven't submitted a form most of them don't even know exists. Listen, delaying for a year is not a radical proposal. 420 to 1 in the House is a pretty good vote, especially considering the votes of the House in the past week. That's broad bipartisan agreement. All I'm asking is, let's pause this for a year. Let's agree with the House and not have 75 to 80% of American small businesses suddenly be under the heavy hand of a potential fine or jail time because they don't even know this exists. But it does. It's federal law. So that's my simple request that I'm bringing on this very last moment to be able to deal with this. So as if in legislative session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 5119 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time, be passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Madam President.
The junior senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, reserving the right to object, let me start by pointing out that this is a national security bill. And the reason it's a national security bill is because, to paraphrase a famous author, the United States is engaged in a clash of civilizations. And I describe that clash of civilizations as between rule of law countries like the United States and countries that are run by kleptocrats and oligarchs and criminals or subject to control by traffickers and international criminal organizations. Now, if you're an oligarch or a kleptocrat or an international criminal, the thing you want more than anything else is to be able to hide what you stole. And you don't want to hide what you stole in your own corrupt and crooked country. You want to hide what you stole behind rule of law. And the result is that the United States and other countries on the rule of law side of this clash of civilizations are giving aid and comfort to our enemies by helping them hide their crooked assets. The concern for the United States was made pretty clear by Treasury Secretary Yellen, who admitted there's a good argument that the best place to hide and launder ill-gotten gains is actually the United States. So we're trying to clean that mess up. And it's not just this administration. Under President Trump, Secretary Mnuchin said, Treasury's ability to combat tax evasion and to detect, deter, and disrupt money laundering and terrorist financing would be greatly enhanced through reporting of beneficial ownership information. The suggestion that this magically appeared in some bill, no. It was worked through two committees in the Senate, It's been bipartisan from its earliest days, both in the Judiciary Committee and in the Banking Committee. It has been through enormous effort, and in fact, the last Trump administration, working with us on this bill in 2019, released a statement of administration policy condemning this bipartisan measure, and I quote them here, that will help prevent malign actors from leveraging anonymity to exploit these entities for criminal gain. Are there examples of what's been going on? Well, terrorist groups like Hezbollah, Putin's oligarch cronies, North Korean foreign operatives, fentanyl traffickers, all need shell companies to hide what they have stolen. Viktor Bout, the Russian arms dealer known as the Merchant of Death, used a global network of anonymous shell companies, including at least 12 incorporated in Delaware, Florida, and Texas. Anonymous LLCs impeded New York City's ability to trace the terror finance scheme that funded the 9/11 attacks. Again, shell corporations that we didn't know who was really behind. An anonymous New York company served as a front for the Iranian government in violation of U.S. sanctions, with millions of dollars in rent illegally funneled to Iran. A DOJ indictment last year said that cartel operatives designed a network of shell companies in Wyoming to launder illegal millions for the Sinaloa cartel. Narco traffickers in New Jersey were charged with using an American shell company to buy fentanyl-related supplies from China. So this is a real problem, which is why the Trump administration statement of administration policy was supportive. Now, we went through a lot of effort to get here. The first group that stood up against it was the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and when it was exposed what they were arguing for, they actually ended up backing off and going to neutral on the bill because their bank members and their anti-money laundering members and other members of the chamber said, what are we doing here? And as soon as that entity disappeared, up came the American Bar Association doing the same thing. And their banking section and their anti-money laundering section and their former prosecutors and their national security folks all said, what are you doing? And so the American Bar Association backed off. The third in this game of political special interest whack-a-mole was NFIB, which came in to present the same stale arguments to Senator Graham and Senator Grassley and myself that were so stale and so flagrant that, well, I'm not going to name names. Let's just say that the NFIB had a very bad day facing down this bipartisan group. So a lot of work has gone into this. The stakes are very high. This actually is a national security bill, and against that risk of being the loser in the clash of civilizations because we're giving aid and comfort to our enemies by allowing them to use American shell corporations to hide what they get selling fentanyl to our citizens, here's what we ask. When you set up a corporation, you tell us your name. It's not very complicated. You can do that pretty quickly. You tell us your address. That doesn't take more than a couple of seconds to remember. What's my address? Yeah, write that down. Your date of birth. That's pretty simple too. And then either a passport or driver's license number. It is literally that simple. Where it gets complicated is where you have complex networks of joined shell companies in a complex corporate structure. But if that's what you've got, the very same lawyers who put that complex structure together can easily add this information. So, in my view, delaying the Corporate Transparency Act would empower criminals who are operating through American shell companies who outcompete and defraud honest small business owners while emboldening and facilitating terrorist groups, foreign adversaries like Russia and China and Iran, North Korean weapons of mass destruction financing, fentanyl trafficking, and a whole array of grotesquely bad actors, so I object. With great regard for my friend Senator Lankford, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President,
The senior senator from Oklahoma.
my friend and I from Rhode Island, we have a lot of great conversations. I think we both agree on the problem here. There's clearly a problem that money could be laundered and hidden in American companies and in shell companies. There's no question. I think what we disagree on is the answer to that problem. In this setting, with this set of forms, the assumption is that those who are doing international money laundering would put down their accurate information and would identify themselves as international terrorists and money launderers. In this particular setting, every small business owner that owns a restaurant or a pet store or a bookstore or a plumber or a roofing company, 30 million, in fact, small businesses in America, all have to prove their innocence. And the assumption is that a Russian oligarch that's trying to hide money will tell the truth when he fills his form out. And I find that hard to believe. But in the meantime, 30 million small businesses have to go through a form, and within weeks, probably 23 million of those will be in violation of the law, and they will face penalties of $10,000 or 2 years in jail. And most of those small business owners that run that restaurant down the street don't even know this rule exists. It's the kind of stuff that drives Americans crazy, that they woke up one day and found out they may go to jail tomorrow because they didn't fill out a form that someone wanted. That's what we're trying to pause. The problem's real. Just I don't think this is the right solution for it in the way it's being implemented. Let's see if we can solve the problem without actually causing literally tens of millions of small business owners to be under the sword of Damocles that they could be rounded up and go to jail at any moment because they didn't get a form filled out. That's what we're trying to solve in the days ahead. And I wish we could at least put a pause on this and think it through more before those small business owners find out. That I yield.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to start here.
The junior senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you. For 8 years, beginning with my time in the House, I have worked on the Miami, Illinois Land Claim Settlement Act, which is now Senate Bill 2796. I want to thank Chief Lankford for the Miami Tribe and his assistance in moving this bill forward. And he helped lay out a solid factual background for Indian Affairs Committee, which is why it uniquely came out of the committee. This is a unique piece of legislation. The Miami Tribe is not seeking a settlement for their treaty claim or an appropriations from Congress. This is zero cost to Congress. The Miami Tribe, or Miami Tribe, is not seeking a settlement. The tribe is simply asking Congress to do what only Congress can: extinguish the tribe's treaty title claim to the land in Illinois. First, this bill will remove a cloud on the title for non-Indian landowners in this eastern central Illinois by benefiting the tribe and non-tribal members alike. Second, the bill will allow the tribe the opportunity to plead their case before the U.S. Court of Claims. This is a straightforward bill, co-sponsored by both my colleagues from Illinois, Senator Durbin and Senator Duckworth. The Miami Tribe has waited long enough to get this done, and it's time to act. As if this legislation session, and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of the calendar number 489 2796, that the bill be considered read third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senior senator from Utah.
Madam President, reserving the right to object. Great respect and admiration for my friend and distinguished colleague, the senator from Oklahoma. When I listen to the arguments being presented, I'm reminded of a couple of things. Number one, these claims arise out of and relate to a treaty going back to 1805. Those claims have had the opportunity more recently to have been litigated in front of the previously existing Indian Claims Commission. Congress, recognizing the need at the time to open up what might have been a confusing set of legal circumstances or inadequate availability for relief, opened up a 5-year window for claims related to this treaty that was entered into with the Miami tribe in 1805. They opened that up for a period between 1946 and 1951. Jurisdiction over what was previously the Indian Claims Commission has since been transferred over to the United States Court of Federal Claims. Interestingly, the Court of Federal Claims still maintains jurisdiction over such things, but lacks the ability to enter orders. The statute of limitations have long since passed. There was this 5-year window in which they were able to bring claims like this. Now, during that time period, between 1946 and 1951, the Miami tribe did pursue and litigate on a number of claims related to that treaty. Enough for them to have received a remedy of about $11 million at the time. I'm told that in 2024 dollars, that's about $200 million. There are reasons why we have statutes of limitations. Those reasons have to do with the fact that at some point, a stone rolling down the mountain has to come to rest. When you're dealing with litigation, especially litigation on claims dating back a couple hundred years, it's especially important to have finality. Now, my friend and colleague refers to the need to reopen this window today to remove what he describes as a cloud to the chain of title. The problem with that argument, Madam President, is that it overlooks the fact that the United States is an indispensable party for any and all such claims as might arise, so as to underlie the putative cloud to any chain of title on these lands. As an indispensable party, the United States must be added, or the court can't handle anything like that. The court, under existing law, can't address them in the absence of the indispensable party. And because the United States is and has been deemed an indispensable party pursuant to Rule 19 of the Federal Rules of Civil Procedure, no such claim exists. Therefore, any and all claims that could create the asserted cloud to the chain of title are in fact illusory, entirely illusory. As the United States Department of Justice articulated well when delivering testimony in July of 2019 on behalf of the U.S. Department of Justice Environment and Natural Resources Division of DOJ before the Subcommittee on Indigenous Peoples of the United States House of Representatives Committee on Natural Resources. These claims are especially important here. In other words, the existence of a statute of limitations are especially important here. Here's what they said, quote, statutes of limitation serve valuable purposes. They are designed, I'm quoting Supreme Court precedent here, to promote justice by preventing surprises through the revival of claims that have been allowed to slumber until the evidence has been lost, memories have faded, and witnesses have disappeared. Those concerns are particularly acute, as here, where the United States would be required to litigate claims based on events that occurred more than 150 years ago. Such litigation can be complex and expensive, and it typically requires hiring expert historians and other professionals. There is no valid basis to expend federal resources to undertake this effort here. I concur with that assessment and would add that this would add a layer of complexity, create a massive slippery slope problem, and open up settled expectations and understandings regarding federal land ownership that have been settled long ago, and as to which statutes of limitations have now run. On that basis, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam Chair, I appreciate my colleague from Utah and his fine arguments. Obviously, you can tell he's a great attorney. What frustrates me is that I'm literally down the hall. My colleague could anytime picked up the phone, called me. You could have simply talked to me. You could even call me back today when I called you on the phone, and we could discuss this. At any given time, we could have had this discussion not here on the floor, but we could have actually took time and walked through this, because I do understand your concerns, but your argument is that since the statute is looked at, we should not deal with any Indian issues, which I live in and always have lived in Indian country, which I know my colleague from Utah has not and may not always understand the complexity to which we live in consistently. But under your argument that the court should never look at anything inside the treaty because it's been done and it's over with. And so why should we even look at it? But yet the court always looks into it, and that's why we have the court. And we also have a separation of power, which we're the legislative branch, and you're quoting the judicial branch. And in this case, the only people that can solve this issue is Congress. The court can't. This is unique. Only Congress can do this. No one else. And there is a dispute, because my colleague is from Utah, he's not from Illinois, and he doesn't understand the title issues that there is a dispute on, which is why Congress has looked at this over and over and over again. That's why we've had hearings in the House and in the Senate, inside the committees that has jurisdiction over this, and both committees have spoken and said, yes, this is something that needs to move forward, that Congress does need to act on. And I would have loved to have this debate not in public, but in private, and we could have discussed this, but you didn't give me that opportunity, so now we're here. So if Congress isn't going to solve this issue, that means we just throw our hands up and leave the tribes in limbo. I think we've walked away from the tribes enough, and I take it personal. Because when the tribes do need assistance, where else are they supposed to go? They can't go back and litigate this in the courts until Congress acts, which is why this legislation is in front of us. And then the Congress, once we act, it can be referred to the court. And then the court can decide, is the statute of limitation has already ran out on it or not? Or do they have the right to go back and look at it? Just recently, there was called a McGirt decision that went back and completely changed what's going on in Indian country inside Oklahoma and uprooted something that was settled a long time ago, we thought. Especially considering that the ruling came out and said that they believe the reservation lines still exist inside Oklahoma underneath the McGirt decision. Now, the statute of limitation had run out of that by far, because actually Congress had acted and ended it in 1906 by giving title to the landowners. In this case would be Indian country, which would be my relatives, to which we still own the land that was given to us at that time before we became statehood in 1906, because Congress said before we can actually become state, we got to settle this issue with the tribes, and so we did it. But yet, the court still picked up that decision and went back and looked at it and made changes. So underneath my colleague's argument is that it can't happen because it's done. And I'll say this again. I would have loved to have this conversation in private, but you didn't give me that opportunity. So here we are. I would ask my colleague, or ask the chair, if we don't work this out and Congress is the only person that can handle this, then where's the tribe supposed to go?